Nickelodeon.
It's getting a bit much, guys. I love it, but it's really, really long. Too many intros. What's up with HYMC? I don't know. It was ripping this morning. Well, for a shitty penny stock mining company. Ooh. New shirt. Same shirt. Movies last for 2 hours and your stream is 8 hours. Your intro should be 4 times as long. All right. Thanks, Joey. Great work, man. What kind of downtrend are you talking about? Stocks only go up. This one. The one that's going mostly straight down. Slowly, but yeah, still not overtly bullish. Happy Monday, Greg. Thank you for everything you do and helping us all become better traders. Praise VWAP. Thanks, Mr. Dan. I appreciate it, dude. By patient entries, you meant YOLO at open, yeah? No. Good morning. Thoughts on AMD? Going down more? Maybe. AMD sub 100 is same like free. So if it retains these prices through market open, that's pretty fantastic. Bullometer? Do you really want to see it? DD ripping today? Down. Last I looked. They just canceled their South African operation, which can't be bullish, right? Oh, coming back up maybe? I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I'm just gonna keep holding it because it's worth more than $3 a share. Maybe. SST squeeze incoming. Probably a little movement at market open. But I don't think it's gonna squeeze today. It could. They do have till tomorrow for those FTDs though. Let's go. Calls on the SPY. What time would be optimal to buy 414 SST calls? Thanks. We'll see. I don't know. I can't answer that right now. I had a dream I was in something like Elden Ring and my horse was named Frag. Weird. Does Bullometer represent your daily measure or ongoing long term? I don't even know. But it's there on the screen. IBKR went back up. Okay. Thoughts on AMD downward resistance? It should have very strong resistance at this price point where it's at right now. Yeah, I don't give a flying fuck about Bill Pulte. Morning Pie Fi, I like your shirt. Thanks, Emma. Any interest in Baba at 100? A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. I think this probably isn't going to have the greatest day. But it may bounce from here. There's a big gap to the downside also. Chinese market's not doing so great last night. Are you going to carry any contracts into BBY earnings? Probably. I have espresso. Don't worry. Bill Pulte killed my father in a duel. Super Stonk found a new billionaire to worship. Good for them. Apple going to 160 today? I don't know about 160. Although, I suppose that's possible. Maybe like 166 at the next resistance. Which isn't great, but I mean, it's a $4 move, right? Got a stock you might be interested in. Low float, really high open interest. Recent good news release, big uptrend. Gamma ramp building, quality management team. BCTX, normally wouldn't share. Hmm. Looks like it's already seen some movement. Ding ding, by the way. I'll throw it on the watch list. Might be chasing a little bit at this point, though. Jimmy's got some gamma exposure from Friday, which is weird because we closed below max pain. But Nave Gex was at like 5.4 million end of day. Thoughts on Docu? Cheap under 100. Everything can do kind of shitty today, so there's no reason to rush into anything. Sylvia are dead, or is there still potential for a nice upward move? There is, but it's going to be a while. So you can average down when it gets lower or re-enter when it gets lower. Playing VIX today? Not really. I don't think the market's going to like crash today. I think it's just going to be kind of a rough day, and CPI is coming out tomorrow. Oh, who cares about Russia defaulting? I don't care what my course is doing out here. Oh, what the fuck, Discord? It was just a sneeze. Why would it be COVID? Thank you. How do you feel about CSPs going into BBY earnings? I need validation for my premium scalping plays to afford more certain puts. If IV goes up, nice. You might not get assigned on them unless you sell them in the money. If you're looking to get stock. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow. All right. Netflix still coming down a bit. Tesla looks like it's gonna bounce. Stop moving, you bitch. Start Discord. One sec. Okay. Restart Discord. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Good entry for HD. Yeah, I think so. AMD will be fine. Very cheap prices in this range. Just don't play weeklies on AMD. It's not a good idea. What do you think DDS is going? I don't know. What's it doing today? It was having a good pre-market. Like it's just stabilizing. Seems fine. I don't know. It's almost too illiquid to do any like TA on. It dipped out of its like ascending channel and it's regaining it now. When it fell to like 250 the other day. SST coming down pretty hard this morning. GameStop having a nice bounce though. Everything's having a red day. Sleep in that cap? No. Oh my god. Stop, dude. Anybody know why Discord keeps resetting? Who's this Pulse guy? Some SS is going on about. He's like some fucking spoiled billionaire who is a quote unquote philanthropist. Mogans, thank you so much, dude. Stonks. I'm thinking 165s are decent. CCs are a decent play this week. Yeah, but when to sell them is the question. Not right now. Are you even thinking about Twitter calls for earnings run up? Maybe. I think it's still kind of recovering from the news that Elon decided not to become a board member. A room to the downside. Yeah, I mean, that could be like an okay bounce. He had issues with BCG. Yeah, I know. I just don't care about him at all. He's gonna what, buy some GameStop? Cool. Sub 100 Baba? Yeah, it can drop. Chinese markets lost like 300 basis points last night, so yeah, we may see it fall off. Does SST cost same like GME? It's pretty cheap this morning. Which is nice. There should be some good entries. AMC 105 Jan's looking tasty. I mean, if it drops anymore, I'm going to buy 100s. He's going to buy 10% of GME. Is he? I don't get it. Why the fuck does this keep doing that? Is anybody having this issue with Discord where it keeps resetting? April, but you didn't fool me, Bipolar Bear. My BBY 20p CSP sold at 2.2. Happy to join the options team. Awesome, dude. Nice price point. AMD 105C looking tasty. Is SST broke support for now? Not really. There wasn't support. It was just, I mean, it's back to kind of what it was on Friday. I don't expect them to cover any FTDs on this today. I think they'll try to use the downturn in the market to their advantage. No, CPI data is coming out tomorrow, which is probably far more responsible for the red than anything else. Yeah, I tried turning it off and on again, dork. Can you speak to us on your PM automation setup for entering multiple call positions at open? Curious about your perspective on this. I don't have an automation setup for doing it. I just put in orders and sometimes they fill. Even if he makes a significant investment in GME, I don't care about him. What's with SST? It's probably in the middle of a short squeeze. What do you mean reset? You mean the window keeps relaunching? Yes. SST has a overextended short position and a 700,000 share free float. It's racking up FTDs like no one's business. Roni Areolas. How much further do you see SST dropping this AM? Looking to re-enter with calls and prep for tomorrow. Thoughts on IV? Thanks. IV's down a little bit. I just bought some calls for it. I'll probably buy some more throughout the rest of today. Yeah, MMs can wait it out. The problem is the MMs aren't the shorts, right? So the shorts are trying to offload their bags on the MMs, and the MMs will just clear out the FTDs in C35 days after the float's diluted. But in the meantime, you know, they can force the shorts to keep buying their FTDs at market. One second. I'll be right back. I gotta go deal with something real quick. Sorry about that. Yeah, there'll be FTDs due after dilution on SST as well. I don't know why Schwab's not offering it. It's an NYSE stock. They should be. No, I don't use Linux. Can they abuse ETS on SST? I think it's only contained in one. Do you have any long dated calls on SST? No. They're gonna liquidate the float in like fucking 10 days, 11 days. Is this a good point for AMD shares? Yes. It's very cheap right now. Can it go lower? Sure. You know, it could trade down down back into this like 94 85 range. But it's really unlikely to. I would say that it's going to find some support right around here on the bottom of this trend. It's slipping a little bit today, but after CPI comes out, if the market turns around, so will this. So look for good entries throughout the rest of today if you can find one. This is a very cheap price if you want to be long AMD, and you know, even if it slips, you can always cost basis average down. So don't buy all at once, you know, that kind of thing. What did I do with the other stock? Jimmy actually not doing too bad today. We have FTDs today from Feb OPEX, which is interesting. See how that pans out for us. Are we moving with the SPY mostly? No, beating it a little bit, so that's a good sign. ADA recovering? I don't know. I'm not really watching it. Tell me when it peaks so I can short it. Web browser version? I don't even know what that is. BlackRock making moves. You guys have so many fucking theories. About what I do when I walk away from my computer for 5 seconds. Your delts look like bricks. Thanks, Carl. Trading is so easy. Sell CCs on IRNT, slap the ask on CERN puts, waiting for Thursday and either cry tears of happy or tears of sad. AMD broke 100 since like 1 year, right? It's been below 100 this before a year ago. I think previous to like Q2. Yeah, it hit back in September. There was a couple times it dipped below 100. And then before that, not since last July has it been below 100. So when after the Q2 earnings in July, it rocketed. It's been up ever since. Earnings is coming up soon on AMD as well. Thank you, someone. Looks like your message got censored, so go take a look. Nope. Wait, did it? No, it didn't. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. XRT, nice ups. Yeah, XRT's moving a bit today. price target for SST? I don't really have any. I don't know what it can hit. 25 to 30 bucks. It could go higher. There's like a feedback loop with the FTDs, right? The FTDs are going to keep compounding, and so that can make the moves more and more extreme. But there's a time limit on how long that can go on for. Pricks look like delts. Why is T down 20%? That stock never moves. Is it? AT&T sucks. Jesus, big sell-off. I don't know. Doesn't look good, does it? They haven't been doing too well lately, to be honest. But it looks like somebody moved out of a position. I think SST will squeeze before BBY goes on Reg Show. I mean, BBBY is not on Reg Show yet. If it squeezes, which it probably won't, it would happen in the next 11 days. Can you guys hit the like button? It's a big help. Thank you. Where do you see HD going? Like 126. Reminds me. Let me check this out. So I think we're gonna see SST kind of do what it did last Thursday with this like slow upwards crawl throughout the day as they clear out FTDs through CNS. Maybe back to like 25 by close. And then, you know, pre-market move tomorrow into the GEX covering and FTD covering for T+2. Warner Media spinoff. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem, Bobo. BBY climbing nicely though. Oh, it looks like it's trending up a bit. Obligatory Tesla dead. You asked me that earlier. Someone asked me that earlier. I got stopped out of my calls. Probably not. I'll probably push back through 1,000 today. The SPY is surprisingly stable. It's going to be pretty stagnant though. Don't expect a lot of big moves on the SPY today. Unless there's some sort of leak of information. Goldman looks good, by the way, at like 330. I don't know if I mentioned that to anybody. Goldman has earnings this week, so IV on their calls is kind of high, but if you can afford them, probably not bad. Is this the big week for BBY FTDs? Yeah, there's quite a few. You see Jimmy going any lower? Well, Delta neutral's at like 130, 135. Like the normalized ones are around 130, 135 for the standard. It's rising slowly. as our price is falling, which is good because when they meet and find an equilibrium, that'll likely be somewhere near our floor. And it still shows that there's some long call interest coming in. But I do think that we can move down to delta neutral. You think they slammed SST hard at opening? It looks that way. You think BBY will rocket on Wednesday if they announce the buyback is complete and the float is reduced by a lot? Yeah, it could. If they announce the buyback's complete and there's a significant reduction in the size of the float in their 10K queue, then that could have a marked effect on the price of the stock. I'm not gonna sell covered calls into earnings. Thanks for CPI heads up this morning. Canceled AMD and Netflix call orders. I had them for market open and bought them after that dip. Already in the green on both with plenty runway. Nice, dude. No problem. You think people will rocket on Wednesday if they announce? Okay. How weird do you think hedge fund interns feel when they're watching us say ouchie down downs and uppy wuppies, and then the stock when the stock moves? I mean, it's the same terminology they use. What's your bolometer on SST? Like 6.4. SPY 0413 440p for tomorrow's CPI data. I don't think it's going to take that big of a hit. There's also an off chance that like CPI doesn't really increase, right? There's been 2 Fed raise rates since the last CPI data came out. Rate raises. And you know, oversupply is going to be deflationary, but I guess we'll cross that road when we come to it. What's DN on GME? It's like 130. Do you think a GME squeeze is unlikely if it does not occur in the share recall or dividend issuance period? Yes. Thoughts on Docu? Didn't I get to answer that already today? It was very cheap, below 100. Downloaded Thinkorswim to paper trade CCs, got 200 BBY, sold April 22 at 21. It says it sold, but I don't believe I received my paper money. Did I do something wrong? No, don't think so. They're gonna blame everything on Russia for oil and tout that cars and housing has gone down if I were to bet. Can you imagine giving the reports to managers? Lots of ouchie down downs and whoopsie dipsies this quarter. Bank calls makes my 9 to 5 more exciting. Thanks for helping me slightly more informed decisions. No problem, man. Maybe Jimmy has more FTDs today than I would have thought. I don't have any CCs right now. Oh, I do. Yeah, but they're... Twitter's recovering a little bit. Oh, I need to tag HD. Bought SST under 22. Good entry. Yeah. Should be. I'm not gonna mod you, Moon. Are long-term leaps at risk in market downturns? Anything to think about to be prepared? I mean, if we enter a recession, they are. Decent idea to wait for FTD covering on GME, then like 90 DTE puts at approximately 135, 140. I don't even know if you need to buy them that far out, but yeah, you could. I would say 140. If I play Prince, will you mod me? Which one? CERN? It's not even yours. Chibi daily volume trending down since last upper test. Can you speak to volume interplay with Wyckoff? We should be seeing declining volume throughout the rest of this consolidation period. Volume should drop off hard after the SOS test, and it is. So it's in line. We should actually see larger sell volume, well, larger volume on red days than green days. Um, if you want to get technical with it. Although our volume's just dying off, so 600K this morning. Call side heavy spy straddle. Yeah, you could. I believe selling garbage CCs on IRNT because I got assigned on terrible CSPs. That sounds like you're just digging yourself out of your hole. Finally using stop losses, making more money than I'm losing today. Awesome, Idaho. I need to sell some shares to rebuy in an ISA. Tax reasons will take a few days to complete. Would this week be a good opportunity to do that? If you can find an intra-week high, then yeah. Aren't ISAs tax exempt? Oh, you need to rebuy in an ISA. Never mind. I could only buy shares on that account, but I sold April 11 177.50s. I bought more shares. Hopefully it goes above 30. Thicker beard is a good look for you. I hate it. I need to shave. Thank you though. Tucker, my dirt star. Thoughts on the housing market? Does the global housing market follow the US market if it crashes? Not necessarily. If the US market crashes right now, it's because over exuberance in the housing market has led to a bubble, speculative bubble. And interest rates are going up, and that means interest rates on variable rate loans are also going up, which is going to cause widespread defaults. I don't have a shovel because I sold it for certain pets. Which day between today and tomorrow is supposed to be spicier for XRT? My May ADC are just crossing into green. Tomorrow should be spicier. Nice, dude. That's a great deal on it if you got it for 65% off. Jimmy moving back to 150. This is good. I mean, based on Wyckoff, I guess we should be moving up a little. Yeah, be coming up a little bit today. Maybe like 155, although that seems extreme. Maybe just like 151. Yeah, no, GMB should do very well during a recession. Actually, that's correct, Jettle. Yeah, AMD's a good price under 100. It could fall a little further, but probably not much. AMD 715 100C's good play. As long as you don't overhold them. Tesla about to gap fill and run. Yeah, it's already pushing up through 1,000. I wish I hadn't gotten stopped out of my calls earlier. Probably back up to like 111 or 1011 or 1014. The next resistance. Home Depot still coming up. It's good. Wheat looks like it's going to break out of its consolidation. I fucking hope so. We actually had lower lows and lower highs, but that's just downward consolidation, right? Live, laugh, love. If SST shoots up past 30 today, will you still hold options through tomorrow morning? Probably not, because that would be an indication that they're covering their FTDs today instead of tomorrow. If it holds 30 into close, I might. Do people here have jobs? Yeah, I think most of them do. Or for some, this is their job. How did your Amazon CSP go up from last week? It's still fine. It didn't fall off until after hours, so I didn't get assigned. I think I'll be okay on it. If it had fallen off harder Friday, I probably would have. The better question is, aren't people here supposed to be working? What's a good rule of thumb? Percentage, or do you do it more situationally? I would say it's more situational. I don't even use trailing stops most of the time. I'll usually use stop limits. I'll use trailing stops on things that are a little more volatile. Large cylinder at the mid for a certain strike on SST, keeping the price where it is. In your experience, why would someone be doing that? Looks like it was unsuccessful. Why not? Doesn't sound unusual at all. Sounds like a conditional order or a limit sell. My real job is apparently not that difficult considering the number of hours I spend here losing money. Up 15% on Saturday, $25 calls already. Saturday? For reference, I just got a huge promotion. I've been watching your stream every day during work for 8 months. I feel like Cooper from Eurotrip. How do you determine how far below to set your stop limit? again, it depends on the stock and its volatility, but usually I will look for spikes in volatility and set my limits below that. So usually when consolidation begins, buy and sell pressure are, at their strongest, right? So stocks trending up and it'll hit this sell pressure here as buy pressure begins to weaken a little bit, and you'll get like a spike of volatility on the next candle. That'll usually like go down quite a bit. And then after that, volume starts to drop off and consolidate, right? And so usually this is the lowest you'll see volatility spike throughout the consolidation period. And so I'll set my stop below that and then my limit below that. I have some videos on that if you want to go watch the spurt volatility video. That covers it for about 30 minutes. You get anything from Shift Search? Not really. Looks pretty normal. Nothing extreme. How did you lose $130 or $170? Is Rad in the GME basket? Not that I'm aware of. Sort of. It's moved with it in the past, but it doesn't seem to be moving with it as strongly. Already up over 30% on my SST calls. You're the man. I know. What do you like about Home Depot? Breaking out. Fucking damn good breakout on the daily. Look at that. Gorgeous. And it has just shitloads of room to the upside. Also, more construction. Summer's coming up. They'll be busier. They do well seasonally during the spring, summer. It's the best time of year to build shit. Still like later, but later. Yeah. I'd rather short the top than play the... There's way more room to the downside than there is for it to run. Brad had some news or something the other day. That's helpful. Thanks for telling me about that. Safe lower limit for CCs this week, in your opinion? I'm waiting till tomorrow to sell more because I think we're gonna see a run up. But if we don't, 160, 250, 165 are probably mostly safe. They're not worth a lot, but a couple $100. See a breakout in CLVR in the near term? No, not near term. Like 40 days or so. At least the time from now until like the next monthly expiration period. So in order to sell CCs and CSPs on IBKR, I need a margin account? No. You don't need margin for CCs or CSPs. You need them for naked calls and naked puts, but not for covered ones. Real jobs fund my degeneracy. Stock sim like video game. Up 30% on SST. Nice, dude. Now 18. This is the second time I've been asked about LHX today. Doesn't look very impressive. Uh, hmm. Longer term, it doesn't look bad. Is there a reason for this run? $264. Putting at $215. 60. It looks okay, although it looks like it's trying to break out a second time and just failing. So this may go back to another test of like the EMA 30 down at like 250. Long term, it looks kind of okay. Couple months, maybe. It's not a quick mover by any means. I would more likely convince you to twerk on YouTube or Twitch. Neither. How do you figure out how far out to buy calls like HD? I expect HD to move quite a bit this week. And then I have further out calls on HD as well as it regains some of the ground it's lost over the last few months. Um, as far as how far out to buy them, you can look at historical price action and see how quickly the stock moves. I guess you get a feel with it over time. Maybe it's something I don't think about a lot, but um, some stocks move more rapidly than others. Usually float size has a lot to do with that. Blue chips tend to be kind of slow, consistent, but slow. Mid cap and smaller cap stocks tend to be a little faster in their momentum moves, and so you know you don't need as much time on them. You don't have to buy as much theta, but it's almost always better to just buy more theta if you can afford it. I'm confused. What makes it different to other cycles between the run-ups? We always get shorted like 100, 150 down. Why shouldn't this happen this time before the run-up in May? It should, except they're not putting the put positions in place that they normally do. Any possibility in the coming days to close the gap at 125? There isn't a gap at 125. That was wrong. Um, so that's because the gap at 125 exists because TradingView has bad order data. So 250 CCs I sold this morning are safe. Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned with them. I got burned so bad on CLVR, it's disgusting. How bad could you possibly get burned on a $1 stock? I'm putting your stream on for my 1-year-old as he's sleeping for the past 6 months. I took him to the doctor last week and found out he's gained an extra chromosome. Thank you so much. That doesn't work like that. Do you live on top of a uranium mine? It's pickles this week look spicy. Already closed one of them up 30%. My other three are all nearly 10% currently. Nice, dude. Any thoughts on BTC? What's it doing? No, it'll either find support at 40 or it'll fall through a little bit to like 38, 38.9. Oh, gross. I don't know if it's gonna dip after earnings. It's earnings. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. Are cat weeklies chasing now? Probably a little bit. Not as much range on them, but I think cat will test 220 today or tomorrow. High risk play. Remember that, Duck. Yeah, we'd set an interesting resistance. SST is gonna rip hard. Looks like it. They're having issues clearing the FTDs through CNS because there's no volume. First of all, there isn't sufficient volume. The market makers are hogging all the shares, right? Did you see on the HG chart that made you bullish? I'm an idiot. Oh, that's right. I didn't share the chart with you guys. There was a descending wedge breakout. A pretty strong one. After listening to you for almost 1 year, I decided to sell all my GME shares in Fidelity to buy a Lelit Bianca. I hope I can save the money to buy back the shares at 80. Nice. What do you see on the HG chart that makes you bullish? I'm an idiot. Oh, I already went over that. Lots of Reddit interest in Ader this week. 100% utilization, high borrow rate, high SI. Can you speak to why you're not bullish on this? I think it's a shit stock that has no valuation potential, and the FTDs will squeeze out of it in a not very dramatic fashion, as they have every quarter for the last 6 months. And then it will drop back down to being the worthless pile of shit that it is. So I'm gonna wait for those FTDs to squeeze out of it, and then I'm gonna short the fuck out of the stock. Entering an SST position at this point, chasing? Not really. Dangerous. I mean, the whole play here is super risky, but I mean, 223 is not a bad price. Oxy dip looks good. Maybe. I'm waiting. I'm entering a position on Oxy this week. I'm just not sure when. Good morning, Shill. What's up, turd? Do people not understand that Ortex utilization measure is trash? No, they don't. Do you think SST could have similar run up like DWAC? DWAC was similarly shorted. I don't think DWAC was similarly shorted. That was mostly just FOMO and pump and dump from insiders, right? It became similarly shorted. but also had a much, much larger float. Actually, short or puts? Probably puts. Still shorting. Maybe I'm familiar with Thinkorswim paper trading. I'm trying to get familiar with selling CCs. I'm sure that you could Google this and find an answer. They have a bunch of instructional videos up for Thinkorswim that they produced. Premium isn't anywhere to be found. Huh. How can you tell they're having trouble clearing SST FTDs? Because of morning price action. Also, the number of FTDs and the available float. Is your scanner pick Sen still a future play? I think it's a good long-term investment. The company's actually not bad. I think they just had their first successful implant of their medical device. And they should start turning a profit. Is this a good entry for HD? No, it could just be a failure of the breakout. It's one of the two, right? It's either a good entry. It fucking fell below 111 again, which is kind of problematic though. Not a huge fan of that. Thoughts on Spirit JetBlue merger? They're in final talks. Which one's more which one's cheaper? Spirit, probably. Who's buying who out? I don't know. You're not gonna know anything till the conversion's announced. It's HD dead. It's not looking good. Is AMD on a AMD is on a 6-month Wyckoff? Yeah, it's distribution. Am I missing something? You're playing cat up and down in this 200 to 225 channel and infinite money glitch. Cat's been an infinite money glitch for 6 months now. You now think the SST will trade flat for the rest of the day? Pretty much what I thought already. Not now. That's what I thought this morning. It may not trade flat, but it may continue to rise up just slowly. I don't expect it to move quick today. So GABA 125 and just TradingView, it's not a glitch, it's just bad order data that TradingView has. TradingView doesn't use TDA or fucking ATP. They have better order data. JetBlue's cheaper, Spirit buying them out. It's my favorite airline too, like cheap airline. It's gonna suck. Then up, boom, boom on SST. Probably tomorrow. Double shoulder, no head. I don't think GME's going to run hard today, but GME has a decent chunk of FTDs today. We have Feb OPEX ETF FTDs coming in today. So could be a little spicier than normal. I don't think it's going to like do anything crazy, but Maybe retest like 150 at best, 148. What about BB? If there's no external pressure on the FTDs, nothing will happen. They'll just clear them in a channel. I haven't seen a day, and I've been watching closely, where IJR, IJH, IWM, XRT, and VB have been inverse the SPY. What's going on? They're probably covering short positions on the ETFs. Oh no, wait, is a strong resistance. BTC back under 41K? Yeah, it is currently. I think it's going to keep dropping. I think it's going to drop to like 40, 39. Do you think AMD has found a bottom, or does it just depend on how NASDAQ is performing? It'll depend on the S&P 500 largely, which is underperforming a little bit now. Down 115. Netflix is doing tracking. Tesla, I think, is going to. I mean, all I have to say about AMD is it's cheap here. It's trading mostly sideways. Sure, it could be slightly cheaper, but not much. Just make sure that if you're playing options on it, you have time. Playing weeklies on AMD is generally always a fucking terrible decision. Gaff gone like trolls? No, he was here Friday, I think. I need gold to push through 2000 again. You didn't sell the first time? All the bank earnings or CPI data? Probably CPI data. I'm sure the banks will do fine. Like Mitchell Berry once said, I may be late, but I'm not right. What's up, average precipitator Joe? All is well. If Jimmy runs up a little today, good time to sell some CCs. Yeah. I went long again, 1920. Good luck enjoy holding that for the next 5 fucking years. God, I hate gold. How high do you think SST will go? I don't know, like $30 maybe. It can squeeze, but it probably won't. AMD shouldn't move too much over the next 24 hours, right? Listen, if you guys are asking me questions about AMD with the intent of trying to play weeklies on a bounce, don't. It's a shitty play. I've been asked about AMD like 400 fucking times since the start of the stream. Under 100's cheap. If you don't give yourself time and you get fucked, that's on you. Scared shitless of selling CCs. Why? Because MOASS tomorrow? Yeah, nice dip on Oxy. It's got a pretty good entry. 150 weeklies. Is Facebook in a cup and handle? No. It's in what looks like extremely drawn out accumulation, which could continue on for quite some time. Probably in this upper range between 211 and 234. How do you feel about an entry? God damn it, Tanrod. Thank you so much, man, for another month. Because I never sold one before, and I'm a noob. Oh. You know the worst thing that happens is you sell your shares at your strike, right? You just buy them back. Not ideal, obviously, but that's the worst case scenario. HD dead? I don't know. Probably. Actually, no, it's probably fine. Yeah. Lot of fucking resistance there at 310 though. How do you roll calls? You sell them and then buy a different one. Spy seems massively oversold. Probably is. It's settling on its resistance here at 442 though. A little lower than I expected it to drop today, honestly. People think that CCs are like betting your shares at a poker table. You don't lose your shares. You're just forced to sell them. You still get the money. Yeah. Hypothetically, for the sake of argument, how would you feel about AMD weeklies asking for financial advice? No financial advice, but they're shit. Got any predictions for CPI tomorrow? Been away most of the morning. I think we're gonna see some drop in used car prices and a little drop in housing costs, and hopefully that's helps maintain inflation. That's my best expectation, is that we just maintain without seeing an increase. I think that would be very bullish. Hair has higher volume than before. No, it doesn't. It's just fucking longer. Is there anything good about MULN? No. HD price target 316, 320. I don't know, become a fucking billionaire and check yourself. I love how Monday is just like all the poorest trying to like get in on the plays. They're like, wait, all right, so now that they're out, tell us. Shots fired. Bullish on Party City and Build-A-Bear. I'm not, are you? I'm definitely not bullish on Party City. So if I sold calls for 155, then buy calls for a higher price if the price goes above 155. Yes? Hold on. Can you explain briefly notional value in the context of options and ADR and GME? Well, GME is really good for playing long options on because its price moves are large notional values. Like GameStop can move like $10 within a range in a day, right? And since options care about this increase in price, so if you have like a 140 strike and the price goes up to 150, you know, you've made, you know, 10 times $100 on that contract. Whereas like Ader, you know, if you have a $5 strike and the price goes from let's say the price goes from, what is it? Say you have a $10 strike and the price goes from, you know, 5 to 550. You really have only made, you know, 50 cents times 100 shares, which is nothing. So larger moves in price, larger notional moves are better for options. If you have shares, then it's fine. Like all you care about is percent gains, right? But a percent gain on a more expensive stock moves the price of that stock more, right? So when people are like AMC is up 30% and GME is only up 20, GME has moved up far more in notional value. Like the price of the stock has moved far more than AMC's. Such hate for the poorest. I'm not poor. I'm just a frugal philanthropist. I don't have money for Ko-Fi because now I can only buy single estate coffees to match my Bianca. That's understandable. Would maintaining inflation be bad for the housing market? Most people with homes do not have incentive to sell because the loan they can get now will be much higher than their current rate. Yeah. I bought SST. I apologize for preventing this guaranteed squeeze. Can you make it so Sunday's videos for us non-poors can listen to it in the background? Sometimes it won't let me. I can't actually change how that works. Um I think if you have YouTube Premium, you can do that. But if you have an iPhone, that might be the only way. If you have Android, there's some other options. Should really look at ODFL over the past 12 months. Thoughts? Yeah, they're not doing well. Um, I think freight's gonna see a decline, like a significant decline over the next few months. You know, buying like people are buying less shit, right? But there's been such a backup in the supply chain that more has been being made and more has been being ordered by retailers, which is going to create a oversupply issue, which will not only hurt trucking, but will likely have a deflationary effect on the overall market. This is one of the reasons that, you know, I don't think the Fed's very interested in raising rates a lot or rapidly. I believe pigeon whales are the highest class of society, but Dans are true rightful masters of us all. I said what I said. So yeah, I'm not super bullish on freight right now. The price is cheap if it's something you're interested in kind of long term, but it may drop further. BBY is doing it. What day's earnings for BBY? The pores, you're arrogant. I am. Woo you. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no
Just woke up. Have you talked about AMD yet?
If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we gon' end up with the moon, man.
Fuck off, dude.
While I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to Rsi and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
No, I don't have any control over it. It's mostly an iPhone issue as far as I know. How much downside on AMD do you think we have? Jesus fucking Christ. BBY earnings Wednesday morning. Okay. Ugh. I'm definitely not streaming those. SST, you said tomorrow may look like Thursday or Friday. Yeah. Friday. Congrats again on Gizmo Jake for 2 months of Dillionaire. Oh yeah. Congratulations to the winner of Nutsaculon's contest. Thank you, Nutsack. I appreciate that, man. I'll get I have to get a role set up for him specifically, but I'll try to get it set up after the stream today. Thank you so much, Nutsack. Also, congratulations, dude. Sorry, this is legit. AMD earnings at the end of the month. Yeah, I believe so. It's on DMA doing a reverse stock and getting added to AMD. What? My first fuck off. I've officially made it. Reverse head and shoulders setting up on SST. Sure. Imagine this. It's now the 19th of November 2022, and the squeeze is squoze. The verdict is in. You peer over your average sold share price. What is your general emotion if it's 1K, 5K, 25K, 100K? Cool. Fucking waited long enough, right? There's like diminished returns on money. You can only buy so much shit. Nasdaq website says AMD earnings on 426. Yeah, the reverse is bullish. So an inverse head and shoulders is considered bullish. You should have a poor pickles fix. This T-3 from your paying members extras. I mean, we do. It's called the stream. And it's not even T-3. It's just the next morning. The same morning, almost. Do you have any desire to look at Lockheed Martin? Not particularly. Are they doing something? Tesla bullish? I don't know if it's going to bounce again. Yeah, it's probably gonna retest 1,000 today. You really aren't selling being a member very well. I never do. Well, the difference is they don't know any of the DD behind it or the risk or any of that stuff, right? They're just trying to follow the plays. No problem, Omar. Have you seen the monster gamma ramp for Friday? I don't care. What's it gonna do? Go to $3? Here's your thoughts on Tsco. I know it's relatively low volume in general, but the company is solid. I think it has a playable chart. Your thoughts? Ugh. They're doing okay. The recovery is nice. Down a little bit today, but probably will continue up soon. They're at all-time highs though, so it's hard to tell without doing some more fundamental analysis of the company, which I'm not particularly interested in doing. It is a slow mover, but has been moving a little more rapidly since its dividend date. This could just be some clearing out of short positions. I don't think earnings was particularly phenomenal. So it may have some more upside, it may not. I don't even know what they sell. Like Carhartt sweaters, farm supply, feed. Is the spike in LMT due to the T plus 35 cycle from when they shorted it down from 480 on March 7th? Could be. Although I think that's when the issues in Ukraine started to cool off as well, so it's probably more to do with that than actual shorting of Lockheed Martin. It's got a huge float, so I doubt there's like an over short position or issue clearing FTDs. Usually don't run into those things on blue chip stocks. It could be, but I doubt it. Starbucks puts. Dakota, the poor man's car, the poor's Carhartt. Stream as a clip widget. Did you add this? No, it just showed up eventually. It didn't have it for a long time. Gizmo Jake. Thanks, Satirical and Pi-Fi, Ray the Dillionaire Lotta. No problem. Hey, Gizmo, make sure you DM me on the Discord so I have your screen name so I can add you. Yeah, it doesn't look very good, Space Monkey. Trying to tame the top to see sell CCs. It'll depend on where we close today, but I think we'll see the majority of price action tomorrow. No lie, I went shopping with my wife last night and she said, "Hey, look, it's Gurk. There was literally a dude that could have been your brother. Not as cool though. You're famous, bro." Does SST look bullish to you or is it fading? Trying to figure out when to buy 414 calls. I already bought them. Can I please speak to a customer service rep regarding my membership? Sure. TGT heading downward, filling the down gap. Better entry at retest of like 10 EMA? Possibly. I'm not really trying to enter anything today, frankly. Maybe if I can get like a nice low. I need to close this, by the way. Hello, I'm the customer service rep. I do not care about your issue. Fuck off. Well put, Carl. What's the difference between RSI and Starch Rsi? Starch Rsi is a momentum indicator. It's a normalized ratio. RSI is 2, but the math behind them is different. It's kind of an in-depth explanation. I don't really want to go into it right now. RSI is more based off of price movement, and Starch is more based off of volume movement. Is the simple explanation? If you want to DM me though, I have a paper that I can give you that goes very in depth into the differences between the two. Think of Starch RSI. Do you understand ADX? Starch RSI is more like ADX, where it shows like strength of trend. You'd use both generally, not one or the other. And all oscillators suck balls. They all suck. There isn't a single oscillator that's definitively good at anything. MACD being the best in backtesting by a long shot compared to all the others, and still mostly garbage. FTDs tomorrow of any particular interest, or just possible Wyckoff upward movement? Well, the Wyckoff movement to the upside would also just be in line with FTDs, right? MOASS is starting. Should I buy into this? Oscillators seem like additional confirmation at best, yeah. I mean, like RSI is basically just analyzes price, so it's mostly useless. I'm not a huge fan of RSI. I'll check it once in a while just because it's easier than like going out and looking at the chart. But it just tracks price. Stotch is a little better. Stotch kind of shows periods of overexhaustion in the bull or bear position. I think it shows it far better than RSI does, and also you can change the smoothing on Stotch RSI, slowing it down or speeding it up depending on the amount of volume and volatility in the underlying, which makes it more customizable and thus adaptable. But they in effect do similar things, but very differently. And I would say that Stotch is better than RSI in almost every situation. Have you backtested SMA and EMA? Yeah, a long time ago. Why did you have a DD call? It was a pick. And then I bought one. I wasn't going to enter it at all. And then it looked good for a minute. So I bought a call and now I just have it. What are we looking at with SST? Fuck all today. I swear to Bob Ross, if you keep ignoring me, I will demand a refund. What? $150s don't look safe at all. Oh. Carl timed you out. I guess I can't hear what you have to say now. Spy so disconnected from VWAP. This is just gonna be like a boring shit day. Seems like AMD found some support here around 96. I feel like you called that. As long as it doesn't drop further. But yeah, 96 is a resistance. 96 and 85. Very cheap price. Too cheap, maybe. Curious. Just want to say thanks to the stock market knowledge you share freely. Quick question. Why is your vocabulary so damn good? I'm not sure if others notice, but you are quite eloquent. Do you read a lot? Not anymore so much. I used to read a lot. When I was growing up, I didn't have like a TV, so I just read books. Car, cup and handle on the daily. Yeah, it is. Are you gonna buy some shares of it? There's no liquidity in the options chain, so it's just like the market makers aren't gonna let it run into a squeeze, I don't think. No, I didn't grow up Amish. I just grew up poor. You've correctly predicted 100 of the last 5 run-ups. Thanks, Stever. Thanks, Shane. I appreciate it, dude. I don't care if people are poor and follow the plays. I just like to fuck with Digital Good Time because he's a pain in the ass sometimes. You've read a wall of text 5 days a week for a year. I know. I don't think that's done anything to improve my vocabulary, though. Thoughts on Beam? I mean, very low volume. Looks like it's rallying. I don't know why. They do. Renewable electricity, EV charging infrastructure, solar. Huh. Interesting. I don't know anything about the company, but they appear to be doing really well. I guess it's the energy sector exposure, probably. They seem to be running in line with the rest of those stocks, so. Is everyone just going to chase squeezes now for like 6 months? The vast majority of things that are over short are just suck. They won't ever squeeze. The FTDs will be cleared out and the market makers will make a shitload of money on arbitrage. Just because FTDs are piling up doesn't mean they can't clear them. It's a very rare situation that you see on like SST or Spurt. They're more common right now because the market's volatile, but still uncommon to actually squeeze. One and only play Wetzel's Pretzels. Does the OMM hedge their long calls? I mean, yeah, but they still take some delta risk, right? Do people forget value plays like AMD or Cat? I don't know. Cat's doing well today still. Unaffected by the downturn in the market. What undervalued stocks would you be buying for long-term holding right now? Sprouts. And X. I already bought X, but I'm probably gonna buy more of it. New shirt. It's not a new shirt. I've worn this shirt on stream before. I needed a sweater because I wanted to stay warm. I twisted something in my fucking neck last night and it hurts like a bitch. No, a movie theater company that buys gold mines is definitely not a good long-term play. You're just trying to talk people out of the real play Ader, right? Have you talked about what Degenerate Masterclass channel is for? Sorry if I missed it. Not yet, no. You guys shouldn't even be able to see it. What are you looking at for X? Greater than 35? Sure. Took you're turning into grumpy old men right now. Maybe. Sock recommendations? Do you have any? That's greater than 35. Because it'd be X is... Oh, X is less than 35? Are you talking about entry or price target? I don't care. I did a write-up on it like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. Getting them SST 55s for Thursday can print? Probably not. It's awfully far out of the money, right? I mean, if there's a big volatility spike, sure, but I don't know how big this next one's going to be. Growth is extreme on AMD though, and they've been meeting the goals of their projections. They did in the last quarter too, and they got shorted for the effort. If you're looking to park like 20K long term, lower risk, and something as a savings account type play, what would you look for? Something that mirrors an index like SPY or QQQQ for 6 months. How long are you looking to park it for? I would look into like REITs. Safer, better returns. Options is a strategic investment. Like 3 to 5 years. You might be cut a little short on REITs if the housing market continues to run out of control like it is right now. But if you can find REITs with like a lot of cash on hand that can invest into distressed properties, that could be good. iBond's paying 7%. That's not bad. Where would you park your money for 40 years? I wouldn't. All the blue chips have dumped at some point in the last, like all the FANG stocks dumped except for Amazon, right? Secret Lab pull is upside down. I know. Shudo or Brujol? I mean, they're not remotely the same thing. Where would you park your money for 11 minutes and 14 seconds? Since the market is dead today, any low carb food recommendations you can give? Yeah, eat whatever you want, exercise more. Besides Jamie and Tesla, what are some other good CC stocks? Anything with high IV. You don't look for stocks to sell CCs on generally. You look for stocks to sell CSPs on. Otherwise, you're just buying stocks, and then you have to dig yourself out of your initial investment with covered calls. Amazon has more growth potential. I like watching the tickers at the 1 second intervals, so it looks like I'm looking at a stereo equalizer. Can you tell me what to buy to 10x my $500? How much are Microsoft certifications? One of those. Amazon sub 3K, good entry. Oh yeah. Just born yesterday. What strike for weekly AMD plays? I'm not playing anything weekly on AMD. I hate everything today. Thanks for filling me in, Trina. Best bread for an egg sandwich. Kaiser roll. How do you grow 1K to 1,000,000? Carefully. Have you been looking at NVIDIA? Not really. You can never buy, sell Amazon or GME for 5 years. What do you choose and why? Wait, what? You want to rephrase that? Because the sentence makes no sense. I think I know what you're trying to say, but you're not saying it. No, you have to read the book. Then you'll be knowledgeable about trading options, but not necessarily good at it. I have had a toast sandwich. Also selling 2 CCs weekly on Amazon after split. It's kind of my plan, except 10. I think everything's better than sourdough. Sourdough's gross. What's the deal with SPACs I keep hearing about? I don't know. I don't know. I probably have a stream that covers some aspect of them. Thoughts on ASML if you're already in AMD? I mean, they should receive a lot of the benefit of these new manufacturing centers being built, right? I don't know if I need to invest in them directly to see that benefit, but Intel's building a new plant, so that'll have an effect. Options is a strategic investment. Zilke. Do you think zero DTE GME calls are a viable pathway to self-actualization? SST about to break up out of a wedge? It could be, yeah. If you could have 100K in Amazon or 100K in GME and you can't buy or sell anymore for 5 years, what do you choose? Amazon. Yeah, maybe GME because you can sell CCs. Yeah, probably GME because of the CCs. It makes a big difference. Facility built out a Google sheet. Seeing if traders typically utilize these. No, I hate Excel. You can use it if you want to. How many CCs across all your stocks do you sell per week on average? Most stocks I own, I sell CCs like every 90 or 45 days. GME is one of the only ones that I sell like weeklies on. What's freedom age? Turn your CNS before it explodes. Overstock? Yeah, it looks like it's in phase B accumulation, but it may not go back up again. There has to be a reason for longs to enter here. Otherwise, nothing, right? It just continues at that price point until valuation is realized. Like, accumulation phases in Wyckoff can last for years. Best breakfast meat. Quality sausage, then bacon. Ooh. House-made corned beef hash, too. Does that count? Man who eats rye bread's great. Unliked, unsubbed, unwatched, unlearned, unmatched on Tinder, disputed Ko-Fi charges with my bank. Any thoughts on KBR? It's been hovering at all-time high while resisting market downturns. Looks like a bull flag on the daily. That's not what a bull flag is, but yeah, I mean, it's just at an all-time high. It's more likely to be rejected than anything else. If anything, if there is any more upside, it'll be brief. I don't know how high it'll go, obviously. But it doesn't look particularly great at breaking through $55. Writing a book called Options is a strategic way to tax loss harvest. Well, see, if I put $100,000 into Amazon right now, it'd split, so I'd still be able to sell covered calls, just not right away. Oh, what the fuck was that? HD August 400s? Jesus. That's kind of a high target. How dare you place sausage above bacon? Sausage has more potential. Unliked and unsubbed. Okay, good. Fuck off. Unsub if SSC hits 30 today or tomorrow. Cool. Freedom age target is retirement age target. Yeah, I was gonna be like, I'm not gonna be any more free if I have more money. Oh. I don't know. I can already retire. Do your CCs on Jimmy expire this week or next? Some expired last week, some expired this week. I'll probably be selling some for next week as well. Yesterday you spoke briefly about your X sleeps. Any more data you can share? It's in the pickles picks, Dominic. What do you want to know? Bacon's just too many places fuck it up. Best cold cut. Shit, that's tough. Prosciutto di Parma is number one. And then Sopressata after that. And then Black Forest ham, but not like the compressed kind, like real Black Forest ham. Should I dump my rig 4.5? I don't know why. If oil runs again, it will too. Oil will probably run again. I think it was 2 weeks ago, Dominic. If that helps. Crispy burnt, half chewy, almost raw for bacon. Half chewy, crispy edge. So it's like when you pick it up, it's gotta stay like straight, right? But not fully like crispy. Guancala is great. What kind of amount would you consider retirement money for you? I guess 2 to 3 million since you live in New York, right? No. X discussion on 314 picks. Oh, thank you, Dave's. Not her, man. Ugh. Should never microwave anything. 2 or 3 million because you live in New York 100 years ago. I mean, you can get, 200,000 a year, 300,000 a year out of 2 to 3 million, which is enough to live in New York. It's not great, but it's more than enough to live there. Not very halal for a Prince of Persia. Let's say Jimmy settled down below 50 pro split. What do you think premiums on calls would be? 20% out of the money. Much lower. Ooh, Ivy's picking up on SST. Is it gonna go boom? I don't know what Vario is. The bio stock, it's probably running for a reason. Oh yeah, you could short the top of it whenever it's done. There probably won't be another run. They've still got to go through FDA approvals and shit. It'll take forever. The stock will just tank out of boredom. Thoughts on Ford at this price? It's very cheap. Do you have an idea where our current next support would be? Our current support is at 143. Our next one to the downside is at like 137 something, like 137.20. Do I have it on here? 136.92. How do I get the cool dots on the left? I don't know what you're talking about. No problem, emission nocturnal. Shouldn't we fight about something? At least until something fun happens. I guess. What do you want to fight about? I know, markets are closed this Friday. What do you think the bottom will be on this downturn? Like the 120 range. I just sold 25 CCs on SST. Wish me luck. Thursday 25s. Interesting. Favorite writing utensil? Quill. Remember 5 months ago we were discussing about a stock split, how RC is against it, how it may never happen? Those are the days. I mean, it still may not happen, right? They still have to announce it. It looks good. It looks like they're gonna, but they may not. Is BCG a distraction? I don't see how it affects apes at all. Yeah, I don't care about them either. Or answer why you are DRSing your entire position. What? I didn't even see the first part of that. Next Monday, 4/18 is tax day. Need T+2 if you want to fund an IRA from a stock sale and save some money on taxes. Interesting. Yeah, the ones in the daily DD are more historically established. I also don't update that list as much as I probably should. I do update it, but only occasionally. But those are long-term. Those are more long-term historical supports. Some of the ones that we're dealing with right now are a little more local because we don't have a lot of price support in these ranges. We haven't traded a lot below, 150 since like last February. Please sell my calls for me. Best form of potato. I'm a sucker for those frozen hash brown patties. Those are pretty good. Uh, roasted potatoes with just a touch of herbes de Provence. If you had to be a paranormal, supernatural hunter of some kind, what creature would you want to hunt? Vampire, werewolf, etc. Shouldn't answer that. You have to pick a pasta sauce, tomato base or pesto base. What about cream? Why am I only getting 2 options? Hasselback potatoes are really good, but most places fuck them up, make them really dry. No, not a lot to talk about today. It's a boring day. I mean, everything's just like kind of down or stagnating, but nothing's really moving significantly. Tell me I need patience, Dad. I want to fill for 10, but it's slowly rising on me. I'm attempting to resist the urge to slap the ass. Come on, CNS. We aren't rocket on SST until power hour, after 2 p.m. or tomorrow, not before. FOMO hugs. What are you talking about? What the fuck call are you buying at 10 cents? Goddamn degenerates. Buying weekly as far out of the money as feasibly possible. If CAD tests and fails 220, how low do you see it falling? Like 214. I want to have a date with a big chick. I had a great time and I want to see her again. Does this make me a chubby chaser? I mean, everyone needs love. No one's gonna judge you. We're doing a thing, but sus as fuck, and I'm gonna make a small play on a rug pull. Yeah, I'd be looking at the short side. What is a Dan? I have a video about that. The most important subject, what would be the hedgy strategy, and how are they going to try to fuck us up again if they announce the split in MOASS? Well, if they can somehow dodge a share recall, they can kick the can out like one full ETF FTD cycle. But the problem with that is the stock will have to run really fucking hard for them to have enough shares in ETFs to be able to do it to any relevant level. Looks like Jimmy is dipping today. Could it be that someone sold their warrants? No, bio only moves like that. Bio does nothing until there's an announcement, and then it runs up really hard. And then if that announcement is sustained, it stays up. Or if it's just like brief term, like short term FOMO, it falls back down and then trades flat again until the next thing happens. Bio stocks suck. They're the worst. You just buy and hold for dreams that never come true. Beef tallow french fries are the best potato in the world. You can use duck fat too to fry them, but it's not as good. My mistress is one of those crazy hippie chicks and shops exclusively at Sprouts. That's all the DD you need. Sufficient. The fact that you didn't immediately know and check the top of the options chain on the weekly makes me think we aren't as close friends as I thought. Did you think I gave a fuck about Theta? 510 hugs. I have May 20s already. Okay. I thought you'd learned your lesson about buying shitty out of the money weeklies. But no, I mean, like, even if it runs, like, can those even print? Like, what are they going to gain $5 on 10? I guess. Biostocks, same like Visceral for mod then. Oh, what a slow day. Is anybody still watching this fucking stream? Or are? So many of you in here. The short hedge fund just returns synthetics. I mean, the short hedge fund can return shares. Jimmy can drop into the 120s. Give it to me, duck fat tater tots. Nice, Tim. It makes them crispy. Very. I'm just podcasting this stream. Let's get some TFT going, baby. No one wants to watch that. That's more boring than the fucking stocks. I got plat 1. I'm on my way. Yeah, today's just gonna be boring. I knew it this morning. And what pisses me off is like right before I went to sleep last night at like 4 a.m. There was a nice bump in like futures, and I was like, oh, maybe we'll have a green day tomorrow. And I woke up to the market red this morning, and I was like, motherfucker. What's the best way to make coffee without an espresso machine? Mocha pot? Still need a grinder for that. What's the worst injury you ever had? I ripped my ACL and MCL in my knee and flayed the cartilage off of my meniscus. Well, the meniscus just off the whole thing. AeroPress isn't the worst. French press is disgusting. It's like mud water. How'd you manage that? I was doing like MMA at the time, and the like mat in the ring was not like they have like clips underneath the ring that hold the mat in place, like the rubber mat that goes over the top. And it was loose on one side, and I went to turn, and it snagged like my foot as I was kicking, and it like twisted around my foot, and so it like held my foot in place while my body spun. And just like twisted my knee like that. Sounds like you made a lot of money out of that lawsuit. No, the owner of the gym was like a friend of mine. I didn't sue them. But surely I don't have to unsub and unlike twice in a single day. And then he talks about French press. I was similarly injured while doing an AMA. This was years ago. I had surgery. French press, no consumables. You need a high quality bean with a coarse grind. Too fine and it's gritty. I just don't like the brewing method. Steeping your coffee. Ugh. When was the last time you felt the touch of a woman besides my mom? Your aunt. Feel pretty good about that SST entry. Thanks. No problem. No, I don't like pour over either. I don't like coffee. I should be clear about that. I just like espresso. I won't drink any other kind of, I think it's all fucking disgusting. When's the last time you pursued the father of a lab manager sexually? I haven't had to do that yet. Yeah, Jimmy might be announcing other things, like the NFT marketplace, right? Still not as good as the 2K grinder and 10K espresso machine. The espresso machine was $2,400. It was not 10 grand. And the grinder was like $900. You can make espresso with the AeroPress? Not really. Y'all drink Americanos. That's cheap for an espresso grinder. They're not cheap. You can get them for less, but they go from anywhere from like on the low end, like $350 up to 5,000-6,000. Nice, Sam. A shot of espresso in a 30-ounce Starbucks iced coffee one time, and I felt like I was on coke. Whatever that's like, I was uncomfortably energetic. You know, a cup of brewed coffee has more caffeine in it than like a double shot of espresso, right? Like a standard cup of coffee has 80 milligrams of caffeine, and a shot of espresso has like 25 to 35. Depending on how dark roasts have less caffeine. And this is actually like 80 to 120 depending on the roast. Clip it. Coffee DD. I think it's time for a trip to the hair person. What do they do to your hair? Does ham belong on pizza? No. I'm uncomfortable not having sold calls in my account. So sell calls. Do whatever makes you happy. If someone sold Veru 750 CCs, would they be safe? Why do you even own that shit stock? Man, you guys just chase everything, don't you? You know shit runs all the time. You don't have to pick garbage. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that some types of hams should be used on pizza, but I feel like he's referring to like a ham, not like, you know, prosciutto or something. Sardines on pizza? They're not my favorite. They're super fucking salty. I think if we see a run on GME, it'll probably be tomorrow. What's interesting is we closed so far below max pain, but we still had like a Nave Gex of like $5.3 million. So we have this like elevation and positive gamma exposure, but a drop in price into Friday's close, which is interesting. It's espresso. DRS these nuts. Smug face god of stocks. I feel like the 150s will make me feel alive this week. I mean, if you want to feel alive, wait till we test 150 and then sell them at 150, right? How many SST calls do you currently own? 27. Didn't you say during the Billionaire stream that you use your Ubu voice the whole stream if we traded sideways? What's my Uwu voice? What if we just drift down all week killing IV? That would suck. You see Ginger Bells got banned from RSS for stealing JFresh's DD? Yeah, I did. You consider yourself a food snob? No, I just have particular tastes. They are mine. I don't push them on anyone. I'm not like, oh, you can't eat terrible garbage because I think it's terrible garbage. Except for pineapple pizza. Nobody should eat that. But I digress. What's your favorite omelet? French, Spanish, or American? Like style of omelet? Actually, it would go probably American, then French, then British, then Japanese in that order. If you're talking about the style of omelet, like, and how they're prepared. If you're talking about ingredients in an omelet, I'm not sure I know what a Spanish omelet is. I don't like polenta. It's like one of the only Italian foods I just can't stand. I don't know why people eat it. It's just buttercorn. What color socks do you have on? They're black and gray. What is a British omelet? It's the way it's prepared. I think it's with milk. I didn't know we had one. Yeah. The British are very into egg preparation. There's all kinds of British specific, like, there's British specific scrambled eggs, too. The French don't use milk in omelets. French omelets are like puffy and fat. They're very fluffy, and they're rolled as they're finished cooking, and they create kind of like a shape like that. There's usually no filling in them. They're sometimes covered with chives or dill. Little ends, little buttholes on either end. Kind of looks like a fleshlight. And then a British omelet is cooked flat with milk and butter, and then folded in the middle and usually filled with things. American omelets are poured out over like a large surface, and they're really thin, and then they're rolled over in sections. So they roll it from the edge. And then the Japanese omelets, like, they make them the French style. They also make them in like there's like a square pan they use to make them as well. That they cook them in, then they roll them up, and then they also have like the kind where they pour it in the pan and twist it from the center, and it creates like a little tornado. Yeah, the Japanese omelets are French, mostly French styled. Russian omelets, an empty plate. Yeah. Omurice. What do you know more about the markets or food? I don't know. If I like things, I learn about them. That's just putting cheese in an omelet, Dexter. The square pan omelets are a French omelet, but they're not rolled the same way. So they're rolled like a Swiss roll, like that. Whereas a French omelet is kind of rolled out of the pan, so it's just rolled like this. It's not really so tight. They're extremely difficult to make properly, all of them. But I actually like American style omelets the best because I like it creates like this layer, like these layers of, if it's done right, like on a big griddle, you can create, when you fold it, you create like layers of like paper thin egg. And it makes it fluffy, but in a different way. Like it's not just air, right? Why would a stock split be more damaging to happen on quad witching day? That's generally when their obligations are the highest. Satori loves GME. So it'd be compounding their obligations that are already due. You know it's pronounced coffee, not Ko-Fi. Yeah, but that's stupid. They should have spelled it coffee if they wanted it to be called that. They put the hyphen in, not me. Is it coffee? Also, FI is just Fi, right? Like it's in the name of the channel. Here. Wi-Fi, Ko-Fi, Pi-Fi, Fi-Fi, Fo-Fum. Most clutch top deck. Stifle. Brainstorm Stifle. I think you're intentionally skipping my question about Cuban coffee. I didn't see it. You ask a lot of questions, though, so I would probably just skip them out of habit. Makes his own rules and tells everyone else they're wrong. Yeah. That's how the English language works. Do you remember the name of the REIT with rental properties? It's not a REIT. It's like some program Amazon's starting for people to invest in rental properties because they can't afford to live in one. I hate it. It's absolutely exploitation of the middle class, but it's being done through Bezos's investment fund. I can't remember the name of it. But it's like partial real estate ownership. Like a timeshare, except you get paid instead of you paying for it. All right, just GIF. What's the third one? I don't care if the fucking guy who created them called them GIFs. GIF is peanut butter. Call forth to the SST rocket so that we may reap the benefits of your grace. It's already going up. IV spiked down here. There's nothing it could do after that but go up. Do you know what a priest is? Not the church guy? No. Pronounce data as data or data? Ooh, I like to mix it up. AMC CFO joining the board of HYMC. Hilarious. Why EMAs and not SMAs? I like EMAs better. Are we just waiting for the split that has technically not been announced? Yeah. I'm by data too. Nice. You're British, it's dater? I've only ever heard British people say data. I don't care what you do, Stefan. This is the part where I say care to elaborate, and you pause and say no, right? You figured me out. What do you think on a split? 4-1? I mean, anything more than 2-1 is inadvisable from a fundamental perspective, but if they really want to fuck the shorts, they'll split it as much as they feasibly can. Yes, it can, Seamil. Well, exercising calls too. Well, I got 300 shares that I'm selling CCs on. Currently, I have 414, 150 that's steadily bleeding up 81% on it. Should I close it out before tomorrow? FT's being covered by CNS might cause a GME run. Yeah, but it'll probably drop back down after the run. The benefit would be if you close it out today and sell one for higher tomorrow, right? Do you plan on holding SST weeklies overnight? Yeah. I'll probably buy more tomorrow, too. Least favorite breed of dog? Anything small. Except for Jack Russell Terriers. Actually, all breeds of dogs, except for... I like Jack Russell Terriers because of Wishbone. It's the only dog I'd even consider owning. And they're assholes, which is great because I don't like simpy dogs. GME fell below the EMA 160 on the daily today. Is this a signal to be noted? Probably. I do like cats, but I don't like most cats either. Thanks. I've never thought of dogs as simpy, but now we'll never be able to unthink it. You've done us all a great disservice this day. What about Pomeranians? I don't mind the ones that don't short GameStop. Sold my SST at a 50% gain. You're the man. Thank you for the advice. I didn't give you any advice. You did that all on your own, man. Congratulations. As we approach the 1-year pickleversary of the stream, we must pause to reflect that just 1 year ago, we knew little about this gift baby Warrant's elite would bestow upon the inhabitants of Dillput and our fellow Dilliputians. Bows humbly. Thank you, Seacraft. I appreciate it, man. No, I've never drank coffee made from civet shit. EMAs are cool, but I prefer your ASMR about omelets. Happy almost mess. What do you think? There's so much OI this week. Am I missing something? No, there's just institutional long interest in the stock, and they keep making it cheaper for them. What's up, Israel? Welcome back, man. I haven't seen you in a while. What's the reading order for the books on the wiki? Intelligent Investor, Security Analyst, Securities as an Investment? Securities as an Investment isn't a book that I put on the list. Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets? I would probably start with securities analysis. Well, actually, I would start with Intelligent Investor and Technical Analysis of the Financial Market, then do securities analysis, and then read Options as a Strategic Investment. We calculated gamma max on SST. What was it this morning? Gamma max is 25. How much capital do you think is sufficient to have before theta ganging for life? $500,000 or more. Ideally, a lot more. Ugh. You think Foot Locker will fill that gap? Can you check it? Options chain looks decent. IV is increasing. Yes. It's good gap too. $8. It looks quite good, turd. Not only is options interest increasing, it's decent liquidity. Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't know when. Could be a little while, right? Oh. When are 12-month subscriber badge yet? I don't think they're already 12-month subscribers yet. Everyone's still at 11. I purchased $1,000 in Boast stock today. My accountant said it would be a sound investment. Okay. Cool. What's the SST drop about? I don't fucking know, man. Someone probably sold. Oh, ha. Sound. I get it. He should have capitalized that. Wanted me to get the atrocious joke. Was the book The Intelligent Investor 2006? I mean, there's probably an edition from 2006. By Benjamin Graham. For months, it's been above 90%. Today, it dropped to 33%. So they probably returned some of them. Arrive Homes. Yeah, that's it. That's the name of it. You think it's going to test SST going to test 24 or should I wait? It just did. It just tested 24. Is it going to move back up? Yeah, I guess. That's what I'm playing. I'm not playing a test of 20 fucking $4. I'll tell you that much. Can you stop calling my mom? Thanks. She's got good clips. Oh, sorry, man. And good content. How many chuggas before the choo-choo is the appropriate number? 3? It depends on how much you enunciate the chugga. What's the expiry date to catch price action? Didn't see SST in your picks this week. Thanks. I thought it was a given. I'm expecting for it to move tomorrow morning. Holy moly, did Supersonic turn into a conspiracy sub? Basically. Eight chuggas? That's like, I don't know, I'm gonna lay down. So boring today. You're not wrong. Hot body trash, Dan. My coffee's doing nothing for me. When Twitch stream? I don't know. Maybe later. I was playing games last night and I was like, I should probably be streaming this. And then I just didn't want to. Chicken on a raft is never boring. You can just go listen to it yourself, you know. I don't understand TFT. I came in last place. I tried and I uninstalled. Well, you give up very easily. Are you a UFC fan? No. I think Greg has 5,000 GME shares. Wow. Is it under 110 or 108, Benson? So tired. I was up till like 4 in the morning doing pickles picks, and now I'm too tired to play any of them. That was my options losses, Reese. Is it possible that short hedge funds don't cover for a split? Sure. They'll still owe the shares, though, if it's a dividend split. I'll tell you how much I lost today, and then you can do the math. I've lost like, well, hold on. It's not right. I don't know. It's like 120 grand or something. Roughly. It's more now. Where in New York City did you leave them? You have to look. They're in the shadow of the old oak, Korgwan. Yeah, they could cover today. It's possible. Wait, you lose money too? I mean, yeah, I have a long position in GameStop. No, I don't have 69,000 shares. I wish. Make SST go up to 30 so I can afford Dillionaire. You should have been able to afford it on when it tested 30 on Friday. Don't bullshit me, AJ. Have you bought shares since the 8K came out? No. If you want to make that 120 back, meet me at the racetrack. I got a sure thing on some wiener dog races. Dude, I'd spend $120,000 to watch wiener dogs race. Also, can we petition to call dachshunds dash hounds? I have 3XXXX shares of GameStop. I do not have 150,000 shares. I wish. You mean illegal underground wiener dog races? Are there any other kinds? I do not have more shares than DFE. I have far fewer than DFE. It should give you an idea of just how many fucking shares DFE has. Hey, things are getting spicy down here. Yeah, I have more than Moon One. Especially after he sold half of his. Enough about his shares. Thanks for Pickles Picks. They paid off the entire year of membership in the opening 15 minutes. Fuck yeah, dude. That just makes so what you're saying is I should raise the price of memberships? Bo? Are they too cheap? Am I not keeping up with inflation? Awesome, glow stick. Congratulations. I can't raise pigeon well. Don't listen to Bo. I'm still climbing out of Freg's day. I understand like not getting out of Freg's day with a profit or having like a small loss. But I think most people lost their money YOLOing back in before December. Because like I lost money, but I lost money because of the size of my position through December and January. It didn't have anything to do with it didn't have anything to do with like the price action. It was just the size of the position meant that my losses were bigger. But the roll on the 26th and then the next roll in February, those were timed perfectly. Like it should have minimized losses. And people are like, "Ah, I lost everything." It's like that seems like user error. But I didn't even buy back in till like December's futures expiry after Freg's Day. So many people bought in like the day after. They're like, "That's it. We're done dropping." Just don't up billionaires. I'm not. Yeah, I twisted something back here. This could be Gex. They can cover it today. I think a little more education would have gone a long way in the days after Freg's Day. Did my best. Nice, man. Where peak? That's where this gets tricky, because we just have no idea, right? I bought my 200th share today. Nice, man. I think June 3rd this year is a catalyst date. Why? Wait, did somebody donate? Kenny the Great, welcome to Long Johnson, man. Sorry I missed that. Is there anything worse than over extracting a shot of espresso? Yeah. Not having any caffeine for the day. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's true. Existential. The rug pull was so fast, though, right? I mean, everybody was way up on those calls, but that rug pull on that Tuesday was intense. No one could have foreseen them pulling the rug that hard, right? Like, even in the other drops, we had time to get out. Yeah, I mean, if it runs enough, I'll probably get out. Right now, it's just like they're like 20 cents in the money, so. Every time someone says check Pigeon Wheels chat, it's important. It never is. Haha. Yeah, the price dropped super fucking fast. Anybody who bought out of the money calls just got fucked hard. That was the worst part about it. Or at the money calls when it was at like 240. What price would SST have to hit for you to get out and not hold overnight? I don't know, like 30, 32. There's actually a decent amount of Gex. The MMs aren't short, but the shorts are trying to get the MMs to bag hold their position. And so I think the MMs are going long the stock to push the shorts out. So the shorts are using synthetic longs to try to offset their obligation time. And I think the MMs are having no part of it. And that way they can get the shorts for the creation, like the synthetic creation now, right? At, $25 a share. And then the MMs can buy back the FTDs after dilution at pennies on the dollar. So they get the money up front and they get the arbitrage play, which is insane. What if GME runs on BBBY earnings? I don't know. I doubt it will. What's your options date for SST? The ones I have right now are for this Thursday. Don't forget, markets are closed on Friday. Thoughts on SST options calls? I already own them. What do you mean thoughts on them? Yeah, like 3 month time period AMD calls are probably very good. Oh, SST doesn't look like it's done at all, but this still looks like CNS covering, not just straight up obligations covering. So if we go back and look at like Thursday, so they dipped it hard in the morning and then CNS through the rest of the day, and then covered the FTDs the next morning into market open. This should be cyclical based on their positions, right? So today should be, you know, a climb up into close and then a burst in the morning of price action. This should keep happening over and over again until they're out from the position. Or they'll get squeezed. They'll run out of money. GameStop moving up into the latter half of the day too, probably. Time is it? 12:53. No, I haven't sold any of my SST calls. I bought 27 weeklies at 25. What are the odds it squeezes? Slim. But it could. Do you think it's possible the US dollar is worthless in 5 years? Probably not. More ups. I'll be right back. This ridiculous consolidation. GameStop popped up above VWAP too. Oh, we could move up to 150. We're not far. Right there. I don't know if we will today, but dude, Tesla's trading under $1,000. Why are you even bothering to ask? AMD starting to move back up a little bit. Same shit on all of these, which means what? They're clearing XRT? No. Clearing something. Hmm. That was just the SPY. Hey, more ups. People would stop paper handing their fucking calls on every resistance, we wouldn't dip. I'm just hoping we don't see another sub 100 drop before the split. Really? I'm hoping we see a sub 100 drop before the split. That'd be fucking awesome. How much have you lost on XRT calls? Not that much, actually. It has some weird volatile mornings where you can just, like, the IV will spike on out of the money calls. And you can sell them for like 30-50% profits, even if they're out of the money. If they're dated far enough, they have a lot of Vega sensitivity. And XRT picks up volatility really quick. Also, I have 75s right now that are in the money. I haven't sold them, but SST same like spurt kind of? No, because the squeeze at the end of the spurt thing was more of a guarantee. Because of the delisting and the move to a different ticker, like the buyout completion. I wouldn't say SST is guaranteed to squeeze. But tracking high pressure FTD waves is same like money printer. So why not let everyone know about it? What's your stock play for after MOASS? I don't know. Just buy into growth and venture fund shit. That seems cool. Does SST have 510s? It has an equivalent. Heard you YOLOing into crypto. No? Who the fuck told you that? I already did. And Cardano hasn't gone up since you told me about it. I'm never going to buy crypto again until Cardano goes to the price levels that I've been promised by you, Gaff. Sure, fear of God. BTC back to 20 fast. Street article out that's pro DRS. Yeah, no, glad I didn't. Interesting. XRP? Might already have some. Ripple? Ripple's cool. Solana's not decentralized at all. Solana, same like shitty Visa. I remember watching Matt Kors try to figure out SafeMoon. I wanted to punch my monitor. My helium miner shipped finally. My body's ready to mine HNT. Nice. No, they're just trying not to jump the ask. If they buy too hard right now, it's gonna gap up. Ader dead? It wasn't that alive. If people want to like play options on Ader on its like fucking $1 to $5 move, you could just play the SPY any day of the week. What's the amount of FTDs for SRT? Like 2x the float. Do you wait until it dipped below the 30 EMA before selling? Not always. Usually for that, I'd use a faster one. playing options on the SPY same like job? Yeah, same like boring as fuck. The people who specialize in just swinging the SPY. Yeah. When does Arrived Homes go public? I have no idea. Is buying REITs same like betting against poors getting homes? No. Just like buying coal isn't same like trying to kill the planet. You can't predict all-time highs based off TA. What are your favorite indicators on the SPY besides VWAP bounces and rejections? You only need VWAP to trade the SPY. You actually don't need anything else. As you guys get better at trading, you will realize that most shit is unnecessary. You can always go long, even if the market's red. You never have to short anything. You'll always find something going up. You can always find momentum. And you'll learn to recognize it pretty easily. Everything else is just noise. Special indicators and swing trade patterns and oscillators is all bullshit. CNS really, yeah, if you can find FTDs, you're in it. Gaff, are you watching the fucking FTDs play out on this shit stock? It's got the pressure waves that you like so much. They're happening every T+2. 700,000 share float with like 3 million fails a day. Later, Danfully not Bull Mayo guy. Thanks for everything you've taught us. I no longer YOLO into stuff I don't understand. Instead, I YOLO into stuff I do understand. This wouldn't be possible without you. I feel like you would have gotten there eventually. No, SST, the like thesis on SST got published by longs that were acting on inside information that shorts were acting on inside information. It's all very shady, but whatever. Now the CEO's running around Reddit telling people he's going to make them rich. No, I unplay Vero. By the way, hashtag new billionaire, take my money. Dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weekly.
How are you tracking SST FTD pressure waves? FTDs to the last half of March aren't out yet. Magic. Forgetting about the Reg Show time machine. What are your thoughts on Gree? The split will be when the split is announced. Can't hear the song. Turn your volume up. You're like a stock goddess. Thank you. Witness me. How long do these pressure waves last on SST? Is this like a tantric thing? It's like edging. It's like edging the shorts. What's up, Han? My TV volume was on 100. Did other people hear the song? How would you know there was a song if you couldn't hear the song? Fucking trolls. Don't troll me, Poker DGen. I'm on to you. You think this could go up into the $50, $60 range? I hope so. It will make me rich. If it does. Are you basing these 2+2 FTD waves on SST still being on threshold list? No, but that helps. Once the CNS goes flaccid, will SST drift down as well? It could. Did you give up anything for Lent now that it's coming to an end? No. I don't believe in that shit. Not rich. Can't make you rich if you only have 27 calls. Yes, it can. If it goes up to $60? Jethro, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday,
Appreciate it, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes.
Why do some stocks barcode on the 2-minute but not the 5-minute? The volatility is smoothed out on the 5-minute candles. It's a newer chair, but I think you've seen it. You just didn't know it was blue. Atheists don't adhere to Catholic doctrine? Even if I was a Catholic, why the fuck would I like give up meat for God? They didn't have grocery stores 2,000 years ago. They give up meat because they ran out. On your SST calls, do you have a trailing stop loss set? No, just gunning for the moon. How dare you accuse religion of being a socio-political tool meant to control the masses' consumption and behavioral habits? Fair enough. Consciously giving something up develops your gratefulness muscle. My what? I like to take the time during Lent to overindulge. Since so many people are giving things up, try to keep it balanced. Yeah, I don't do New Year's resolutions either. No, it didn't pick up SST. SST doesn't have enough liquidity for it to have picked it up. And they were directly shorting it. They weren't, the market makers weren't trying to manipulate the price down. You talking about Shopify split announcement? No. Everyone's splitting because they think there's going to be a recession. AMD goodbye for May 20th. It's cheap right now. It's getting more expensive by the minute. Religion is just fascism without the fancy uniforms and marching. It has both of those things. What is this badge image? Diamond hands. Any idea why CLVRIV is at 500%? Did it just jump? I haven't been paying attention. I have no idea. Oh, because it's just rocketing. Hey, there were things due. Found out a name for my entropy chart. Price information knowledge level. Pickle. Nice, dude. Good job tying it all together, dork. The circle is complete. What circumstances did you buy back CSPs early? If the underlying ran a bunch and they became worthless? When are you starting an online investing course? Literally never. This is the course. It runs 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. When are you planning on selling that SST call? Never. Figured I'll hold it for the remainder of time. Yeah, it should be soon after the shareholders meeting or during it. But we don't know when the split's going to be. They don't have to announce the split for like 14 days from now. They can announce the split for a year from now. You just, like, there's so little information available right at this point that there's no point in speculating on it. Just wait and see what happens. People have such a hard time with that. I have a PhD in speculology. Poached eggs follow up to my omelet DD? I don't know. I'll think about it. What are your thoughts on Pulte? I couldn't give two fucking shits about him. I don't care. That's my thoughts on the Pulte situation. Fucking everybody trying to pump up their hopium by believing some fucking billionaire messiah is gonna come down from the heavens and buy their shitty stock. Buying it back, not selling it back. Yeah, but you gotta keep the majority of the premium. You sold it in the first place. Do you have an icon planned for 1-year users? I might. Is this not how the market works? Well, if your plays are that good, Trash, you won't be poor for long. Everyone stop asking me about SST's price action, especially you, Farmer Jed, freaking out every time the fucking stock hits a resistance. Depressing chat today. Later, man. I already answered you, Han. Stop spamming the chat. Correction, Crispy Bonaducci. Ripping. Are your favorite viewers the ones who silently lurk? Thanks for what you do. No. I mean, they're cool too. It's most of them are pretty quiet. Hey, Girk, you think of AMD right now? Is it a good price for entry? Thanks for your hard work. Yeah. It's AMD under $100. It's insane. Can it go lower? Sure. Will it? Probably not. Pi-Fi, same like Pulte? No, I don't believe in trickle-down economics or philanthropist saviors. Are sending wedges on indicators such as MACD or RSI meaningful? Stefan, I'm going to say this one more time. MACD and RSI are not meaningful. Oscillators suck. Even the best ones. Trickle up economics? You mean buying out of the money calls? If you were an analyst, where would you evaluate AMD's true value? Around like 125. Supports and resistances are meaningful. You just have a thing for Lisa? I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't. Do you prefer viewers that actually have hot bodies or those that fake it like the deck guy? I don't care. It's the internet. I assume everyone's just got a terrible body. Otherwise, they'd be out doing things in the real world. I hope you all were able to grab SST calls this morning, unlike me, who didn't realize my cash won't settle till Wednesday, and I can only buy options. Much FOMO. Sorry, man. You seem extra feisty today. I'm just very tired and under-caffeinated. I'm happy rich people are supporting GME. I don't see what's wrong with that. He's a shitty person. How would you feel if, private prison owners were supporting GameStop? Can you tell me how I can use RSI and MACD to explain the price action of SST? Have they failed you? Do they just keep going up? Infinite divergence. Do you have a rule of thumb on how to keep a certain amount of free capital to be able to engage for plays that come up like SST? Well, I have a specific amount of capital set aside for short-term plays, which is generally available at the end of every trading day. People getting excited about people drawing attention to GameStop clearly don't want to own more GameStop. Do you think shares are worth more than calls? Not necessarily. I mean, that depends on if the price goes up. Calls are a depreciating asset. Shares are not necessarily. Sometimes they are, but not always. What about SST? How do you decide if you're going to carry a weekly call like SST overnight? Well, it's up to you. You don't have to. I don't know if I'm going to or not, but we'll see. There's still 2 hours and 12 minutes left in the trading day, and I plan to utilize every one of those to make my assessment. Yeah, I know. CLVR's IV spiked. New deal here. Glad to finally commit to a relationship. Do you have any Canadian stocks or at least dual listed stocks that I can play without foreign exchange fees? I don't think I do. TSX. No. You can play the like S&P, right? I want to own more GME and excited for it to get more exposure. That doesn't make sense. Do you want to buy it at higher prices? I own enough GME. I want that GME to get more valuable. Well, if you believe it'll get more valuable, then you can never own enough of it. Theoretically speaking. If I handed you a wallet and every time you put $1 into that wallet, $2 would come out, would you put all of your money in the wallet? Theoretically speaking, I am cash poor. Let's make more cash. This sounds like a trap. Because if you want interest in the stock to grow, this is a bearish position, right? You don't think that the stock will be valued under its own auspices, right? You think that it needs dipshits on Twitter tweeting about it for it to be worth money. You have far more IOUs than dollar bills. Make more cash? Well, wrap it up. Girk just solved all the problems caused by late capitalism. Why didn't we think of that? I don't know. You enjoy things like free time? I just want my overextended GME position to appreciate in value. It just went up $100 in like the span of 5 days. SST rip incoming? Really, it kind of looks like it's going to fail this resistance to me. What? Why did that fail? Not dead. I mean, we kind of didn't expect it to go to the moon today, right? Oop, stopped out. I know why it failed. People sold calls. What's for the way down? I don't know if there's that much range. Is BBBY IV picking up yet? Ooh, it is. Enjoy pumping a Citadel owned stock, by the way. Thanks, bruh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why don't you go follow Pulte on Twitter and lick his ass? Who gives a shit if he bought GME? I don't give a fuck. Does the stock go up? No. Was that them covering their FTDs as well? I can't tell. What? To both GameStop. Happened. Where did SST go? Ignored the FUD part of the comment. What FUD? Can you make your FUD less subtle for me? I lack nuance. Thanks, Curious Dildan. Probably. Oh, we haven't had any super stonkers in here in a while. Poker DJN, thank you so much for coming to Billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon, man.
Careful, you're gonna trigger him. Don't trigger him with your subtle FUD. Wiffle Nibs made 9,400 in SST profits, biggest gain yet. Thanks, Pickle Man. Fuck yeah, dude. Thanks for the gains, the great information. Have a great day. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it, guys. Congratulations. RSS grew tired of the rehypothecated DD and chimp noises, so they came to the source. Shame them. High dark pool on SST? Yeah. Let's look. Nope. So not available. This is going up because of DRS. What else could it be? You looking to re-enter SST, or do you think the covering is over? I'll probably re-enter. I mean, I'm just gonna keep playing these fucking moves, right? It's free money every time. Well, he just announced he bought 6 figures. So? That's not even... I have more fucking GameStop than that. And he's a billionaire. What's his excuse? That doesn't sound bullish at all. Sounds like a publicity move. Why are those 4 shares of yours so expensive? I bought them at the peak. I can't believe I have to spend my day talking about this bullshit. Think about it this way. Moonwind has more fucking shares than this guy. Moonwind. Yeah, it smells like super stonks leaking because they want their bias confirmed. Who cares about his billionaire friends? You want to know why billionaires don't buy fuck tons of GameStop and squeeze the shorts? I can tell you. Because in some way, their money is intrinsically tied. If you got, 7% of your assets in Citadel and 3% of your assets in Melvin and 5% of your assets in JPM and 12% of your assets in BlackRock, you're not going to blow this shit up, are you? No. What if there aren't over 100% shorts and 100% synthetics and the billionaires aren't exposed to the negative side? And them buying is positive, right? I mean, no, not when they're buying $100,000 worth of shares. Even with, I mean, they can only survive that long if the shares don't get recalled. And they'll still have fails far in X. So they may be able to cover after the split, but it'll still cause a squeeze because they'd still have to go buy, 3-to-1 or 7-to-1 shares in the open exchange, which is going to drive the price up. Imagine GameStop splits 12-to-1 and then, 12 times the float and volume is traded in a matter of days. I'd love to test 350 with 12 times more shares in my account. I don't know about you, but Super Song successfully bullied a billionaire to buy GME. I'm sure he didn't do it if it wasn't in his interests. DRS isn't a recall. It just removes your share from the lending pool. A recall is totally different. You're just jealous people aren't going mental about your shares. I don't give a shit. Oh, Gaff, do you know of a share dividend split where there hasn't been a share recall? You've been previously bullish on the idea of a recall occurring because it still creates a demand for all the shares lent that aren't real. No, when you DRS a share, it just means they lend the rest of the shares more. It doesn't stop the share lending. It just stops the share lending on that one share. Would DRS protect our shares if the brokers go bankrupt? Sure. Who are you gonna sell them to when it's over, though? Why? Also, why are the brokers going bankrupt? What signs are you looking for to re-enter GME calls? Cheaper price and lower IV. Jimmy were to squeeze due to a recall prior to the split. Would you hold through the split? No. If Jimmy squeezes, I will look to time and exit. Computer share protect our shares if Godzilla attacks the city. But a $27 to $30 call spread of SST from a 6. Am I doing it right? Doesn't seem too bad. It's a good option call for Ader. None. It's a piece of shit. Puts after it peaks. During recalls, do you think DRS will make any difference? No. It'll reduce the number of available shares and create more volatility. That could be both a good and a bad thing. To squeeze, you would not expect it to retain that value for the split. Squeezes aren't very long-lived, OG rules. I get a kick out of the super stackers. Do you think the brokers are going to go out of business? Yeah, if the brokers go out of business, there's no more economy. Fucking like 50 trillion in assets just collapsed in on itself. And you think someone wants to buy your fucking GameStop shares at that point? I'm not talking about MOASS here. Let's just say Recall kicks it up to like 500 or something. Do you sell prior to the split or hold through? I mean, like, is this happening the day before? Yeah, but do they take the cash equivalency or do they just recall their shares? But I mean, the cash settlement in ETF still results in buying of the underlying. It just passes the bag on to someone else. Are the lenders going to want the bag passed on to them for the split? They don't want to lose the money on the slippage of buying back in. Edward Delacruz, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. What if only AMC squeezes? Then I quit. You sure how to set up auto stops in your options orders? Yeah, you shit. Go over here to you right click your option, go to close position, and then you close an order entry. You can select market, stop, or stop limit. You select a stop limit, you choose the limit price, the stop price, and the limit price, and then you set it. There's no trailing stop for options in WeBull. But a stop limit is better anyway. You sound awfully discouraged. I'm not discouraged. I'm tired. I listen to a lot of bullshit. Ugh. TD wave tracking for SST. No. How many days do you anticipate any GME squeeze could play out over? I mean, there's no way of telling. Broker will have to buy shares to deliver to shareholders, right? Yes, broker would, but not a long, like not like BlackRock or something, right? On days like this, it isn't worth it to stream the whole day. Well, I had to get out of SST, and I still have other positions open, so that are doing things. My Apple short is printing. Can't make any money on Goldman Sachs. Garbage. Buy calls at close, sell the morning after. Basically, except they'll try to drop it into tomorrow, most likely. White House warns of extraordinarily elevated March inflation. Buy SPY puts for tomorrow? We'll see. You can, if you want to. Or straddle it if you want to be safer. I'll probably put in a SPY straddle before close today. I'm not saying they can't clear their obligations, Gaff. I'm just saying I want to realize the process of them clearing their obligations. Just gotta have a meeting. Do we think SST will run in the morning? Good. Hopefully it drops into close. What is a straddle? You buy an at-the-money put and an at-the-money call. Your risk is the premium paid for the opposite leg of where the price action goes. So you buy call and a put. And if the price goes down, your puts print. If the price goes up, your calls print, and your loss is whichever side doesn't print. Sometimes you get both. Pull to a 6-figure buy, go on the dark pool. Who the fuck knows? Hurts. The only problem with that is as pressure builds, Segan, this is going to likely fall less and climb more. How do you determine the strength of a resistance level? Volume traded at that price point? Did Cat find a floor? 217 looks good. 217.50 is a very solid resistance area. So between 217 to 218. White House came out with extraordinarily elevated inflation numbers. Hold on to your nuts. Tomorrow's going to be a rough ride. Yeah, or just SPY to 500. Looking nice. Running into inflation data. Yeah, it's looking good. My $11 calls are almost in the money. I might take some profits there because I'm carrying a bit of a loss. But we'll see. I'm going to give it some more time. If there's a real risk of anything legit coming from this, why would we not be seeing an uptick right now? Well, because there's no announcement yet, right? I mean, we're already seeing a de-risking of put positions, which aren't coming in for some reason. The usual in the money puts are just absent. Alternatively, they're out, which was always a possibility. And arguably, the returns on this last cycle were higher than the ones before it. The highest rate of change since June of last year. So if SST drop into close, at close is a good thing. If yes, why? Because you can buy calls for cheaper again. The announcement of the likely occurrence should be enough. Yeah, but there's no recall, like there's no ex-dividend date, nothing. There isn't even an announcement of a split, simply an announcement of an intention to split. Which is like telling your girlfriend, like, here's a photo of a ring, do you like it? And then Super Stonk runs around and tells everyone you're married. Any thoughts on the degree to which with which AMC will squeeze alongside GME? Slim. Very small amount of. They're not that intrinsically tied together. Also, AMC is vastly more liquid. Who's to say they're not covering now? Who's to say that the longs we assume are buying into the stock and the institutional interest, which we've seen an uptick in GameStop, isn't in fact just the shorts trying to get out from underwater? They would be one and the same in the data, right? Buyer's a buyer. Superstock is quality information with data and sources. What the fuck are you talking about? It's hyperbolic speculation with loosely referenced data, chosen and tuned to fit a narrative which is largely false. Thank you so much for your amazing recommendation for hookers on phonics. I've gotten to a grade 3 reading level. Do you have any suggestions for learning how to add and subtract numbers? No. The thing with the ring, I did it. Whoops. Any SST expectations for tomorrow? Yeah, there's some more FTDs. Down into open. Big bump at open. Down for the rest of the day. Sure. Elon just filed to be able to buy more Twitter if he wants. Interesting. But he doesn't want to be on the board. Turtle v Rabbit. It's Easter. I'm going with Rabbit. So I ordered the books you recommended in your subreddit. Any specific order I should read them in? I would start with the Intelligent Investor. Is SST a buy and hold play? Fuck no. How would you compare and contrast SST's price action yesterday versus today? It was halted yesterday. Thoughts on Charlie from Zip Trader? That means nothing to me. How much could one make selling 3 Amazon CCs a week after the split? I have no idea. It'll depend on the post-split volatility environment, which will probably be fairly high. A decent amount. Halted yesterday as in the markets weren't open? Exactly. Why would you be considering a stock split as a dividend when only trading at 150, 170, other than an attempt to get short interest out? I mean, it's absolutely an attempt to get short interest out. Otherwise, they would just do a standard forward split, Would you sell SST now to take profits and buy again before close? I already did those things. What determines how profitable a stock's CCs are? Delta, gamma, vega, theta. Starting with options is a strategic investment, a bad idea? Yeah. I should just buy straddles on all of my plays. But you need the move to be significant enough to offset the cost of the premium on the opposite side. So if the biggest problem with straddles, right, is that you don't get enough price movement, right? So you buy a straddle and the price kind of just goes like this. And then you've just lost the premium from the whole position, right? You need straddles are good when you expect the stock to move significantly to the up or downside. How does your limit stop for options move up as the price goes up? On one of my brokerages, it's automated. On here, I do it manually. My other brokerage, I also do it manually. You just like right click and you just change the value. Why don't you like unusual whales? What does option strat do better? Option strat's just like a options calculator. I didn't say I don't like unusual whales. I'm not like a huge fan of it. I don't think their data is all that great. It's fine. Probably not worth the money they charge. Is it time to get back into SST? If you want to get back into SST. Are you gonna ask me a fucking question about SST every like 5 seconds, Farmer Jed? Like every time your cooldown's over? You're just gonna ask me an arbitrary question about SST? I'm not buying any more until close, and then I'll probably not buy any more until market open. Yeah, a lower one. This really isn't that complex. FTDs are covered. Prices push down. FTDs are covered. Prices push down. FTDs are covered. Prices push down. What's so fucking buy low, sell high? It doesn't take a PhD to figure this out. Some here buy high and hold to expiration. They can't be saved. But you never say when it's low or high. Look at the fucking price. Look at the old price. Look at the current price. Goddamn. Where'd you learn the buy low, sell high mantra? Totally new to me. Seems like a bit of a finance hack. You should write a book or something. So historically speaking, do split stocks ever recover their pre-split stock price? Sometimes. It's awesome if they do, right? It's on the subreddit in the wiki, CMill. r/pickle financial. Daddy Pickle, would you do all the things I'm scared to do if you hold still? Time to ask about HD. Coming back up yet? Wow. I mean, today it looks like it failed its breakout. No, it's buy high, panic sell, YOLO back in, join a cult, and hold till expiration. And before SST runs up to $400 and the SEC puts it on a 30-day chill, pending an investigation for alleged manipulation by the CEO. Yeah, there's that too. Farmer Jed, I swear to God, if you don't stop asking questions every 30 seconds, I'm going to time you out. Go read the daily DD, then come back where your questions will be answered. How do you see DD performing in the near term 1 month? Probably not that well. Shorts can borrow shares to close FTD positions. Do you know what happens at the borrowed position? Like, how long can they hold that? Is it just a function of interest rate and margin? It's just a function of interest rate and margin. Can you recite the lyrics to the Thong Song? All I can remember right now is she's got dumps like a truck. What? What's your profit on SSC? Okay, Fear of God, Farmer Jed, and None That I Like are driving me fucking insane today. Longer dated out the money. Jeff G. Like 90 DTE, maybe 120. Hey, it's me, Farmer Jed. I'm gonna send you my brokerage login. Can you manage my SST position for me? Jesus Christ. Bullometer accurate? Yeah. What is your opinion towards me? I don't know if I have one. Do you put their names on a chalkboard for public shame? No, I find that just leads to more attention-seeking behavior. If you guys can't manage your position in SST, you probably shouldn't have a position in SST, right? Maybe go paper trade until you can fucking relax when you're trading an actual stock. How are you liking the chair? It sucks, but I'm working on steps to remedy it. No problem, spam ass. You add a gaff barometer on the screen and just keep it pegged at 10? But we're going up, gaff. How do you explain that? Why is the stock going up if everything's so bearish? There will never be enough words to thank you for making me understand that a poor like me can make money selling covered calls. Seriously, it's changed my life. That's awesome, Bacon Sisters. Congratulations, and good luck with that. Chair's garbage, man. Nah, we just have a lot of FTDs today. This is just CNS clearance, right? This is the same shit we see every time. CNS will end at like 310 and then the price will fall or just trade sideways into close. Believe it or not, I want to be able to do this without watching YouTube. But why would I tell you? I understand that you're trying to understand the mechanics of settlement periods, but all that information is available in multiple DDs. So you want me to stop and explain something to you that you could find elsewhere if you looked? Which tells me that you don't really actually care that much. You just want to be told. Nancy Pelosi's husband, gaff. Do you recommend writing cover calls in GameStop if you know what you're doing? It's a great way to make income off your shareholding. Thanks, Jork. Happy birthday to you too, man. Thanks, S Rule. Should be interested in a Mercedes S-Class seat. We could probably get a mount on it so it could be used as an office chair. It would be baller as fuck. That sounds awesome. If you were an idiot who didn't sell your SST calls during that rip, would you keep holding them? Technically, I'm still up 65%. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. It looks like it's going to trade moderately flat, but it could dip overnight. We test 150 before CNS closes tonight. It seems like another good CC opportunity. Could be. Tomorrow's FTDs from the 24th. Not quite as many. I don't think the 24th was nearly as exciting. Ah, shit. Too many fucking lines on the screen. 23rd. Actually, the 24th had more volume. Yeah, so tomorrow we should have a fair number of FTDs tomorrow as well. So T+3, it's 35C. And it's T+5. T+5 plus 35C is for ETFs. T+2 plus 35C is for market makers. But the manner in which ETFs are being built up on this means that it's T+2, which is also the third day. So it could be the morning of the third day. Because T+2 actually extends until market open the following day. I don't think SST's in any ETFs. What's up, Win Food Stamps? I don't think GameStop's going up for a while. Not significantly. Ugh. SST is just a potential squeeze. I mean, it's probably squeezed as much as it's going to, but it has consistent price improvement due to the number of FTDs on it. About to get stopped out of Kroger. At a profit? This doesn't sound like a 5.0 on the bolometer. It is. We're like basically flat today, right? That seems like a 5.0. I mean, we're a little green. Maybe 5.1. 5.12. For those of us who care and want to learn, any thoughts on assigning homework for the next day or week? Then discuss the topic during slow segments. What? I don't want to do that. That sounds like more work for me. Are you asking for homework? I don't... This isn't... What? PR teacher? How risky is it to be buying weekly calls every morning on the dip for these daily bounces? Wildly. Book report on Macmillan. Tuition assistance available through Frank Financial. Would it be safe to carry an SST position overnight today? I mean, it's not great, but do you have a choice? Is your plan to re-enter SST before close or in the morning? Both. I want to buy some at close and some in the morning. Ooh. SST might push up one more time before close today anyway. What would you do if you were bag holding SST shares at 31.50? Well, first I would start by saying don't chase. Second, I would say sell when you start going down, not when you are fully down. Third would have been, why didn't you sell when it tested 29? You're the best, man. I just signed up as a Dillionaire this weekend and already made a year's worth of subs from Pickles Picks. You rock. Thanks, Black Rabbit. I know. Home same as Pulte fanfiction. I use my CC premium as my risk tolerance for my calls. That's not the worst way to handle it. No one's gonna get that, Average Joe. It's such an obscure scene. Can you tell me how to lose money? Just buy things that Reddit's telling you are gonna rip to the moon. CLVR forming nicely. Yeah, it's doing some things that's making me kind of pissed off. I'm still not worried. I mean, it's nowhere near my, like, buy-in level, so I'll see what happens to it. I need to check Netflix again. Pain in the ass. Fucking everything's just flat and boring today besides GameStop and SST. For a straddle in the spy to play CPI data tomorrow, what kind of expiry would you target? April 13th or longer? Oh, it would just be like, what's the closest dated call on the spy? Isn't it just tomorrow? I would target April 11th. You don't need Theta to play something that's just going to happen tomorrow. Check it all you want. There's nothing to watch on Netflix. Don't chase up or down. Sell high. Sell high. For pre-order Girk's upcoming book, Why I Buy Low, Why RSA, MACD is my bread and butter, and other finance hacks no one has ever heard of. I think I've already got a title for the book, Gaff. I'm going to call it Fading the Peak. Did you get Kava today? This is why you're extra bearish. We've been downhill ever since you got a new camera. That's what did it. Son of a bitch. I knew something was fishy. Oh, whatever the next day is. Is today the 11th? My calendar. Oh shit. Yeah, not today. Don't target today. That's bad. 13th is the next expiration. Thoughts on BBY this week? Wednesday's earnings. Play the Power Hour song, please. Alright. But only because there's only 7 minutes of CNS left. You might as well enjoy it. Oh, Power Hour song's not working. Why is that? The fuck?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Can you explain the effect on stock price that CNS has? Doesn't have much of one. If there's a greater quantity of net short FTDs and not enough volume to satisfy them, it can cause buy pressure. Vice versa for net long FTDs. Generally, it causes the price to stabilize within a range while volume is driven to complete the CNS FTD process. If there are external forces, positive or negative, that act on the period of time that CNS is occurring, it will amplify the effect of that outside force. So if active, like the SPY's running up and active funds are buying the stock and CNS is going on, it can cause the stock price of the stock to rise faster than it normally would. And the same for drops, but in the other direction. Can you just put the majority of us in here in detention so we can never touch options again? Just call your broker and cancel your ability to trade options. Remove your permissions. Is Fading the Peak your memoir that details your post-mass escape from the public eye? Pulte claimed on Twitter that he made a 6-figure buy on GME. Good for him. I just removed all my money from my account. Buying weekly is the problem solves itself. If you buy shares during trading hours and sell after hours, is it still round trip? It'll count for the following day, I believe. I don't know, actually. It's a good question. I don't have any PDT accounts, so sure. I think it should count for the same day. I challenged him to buy for ape philanthropy. You've saved us all. Good time for CCs now? I'm still waiting until tomorrow. I have some sold already that I sold last week on the run up. Dude, there's something wrong with your shirt. So, what's wrong with it? What's up, TV? It looks too good on you. They're gonna inform him of things like, if you don't register your shares, they're not yours. Shit like that. And what about the brokerages? How do you guess Roaring Kitty made in CC since Jan 2021? Probably a fuck ton. The sold ones? 180 and 187.50. I think I've a few at 185 too. Jiffy seems like the type to not get his CCs assigned. I mean, he can sell them so far out of the money profitably. It's not even funny. Because of the obscene amount of leverage he has. He has what, 200,000 shares? So you can sell 2,000 contracts a week? I'm sure he'd sell them further out than that, but I mean, you could say you were to sell May 20th, which is the next monthly today. You could sell like 2,000 contracts at 350 for $100 a pop. Like your risk of assignment's almost zero. They were in his like lesson plan in his streams. CCs are standard protocol for long-term investors in stocks that don't issue a dividend. He probably didn't sell CCs when GameStop was within the lower expected value range because they would have been risky and it wasn't worth the risk. The premiums were very, very low back then. But, you know, when GME is now, when, you know, Theta and IV, or Theta is so expensive on GameStop and IV is so high, there would be no reason not to. Oh no, the stock just went up $200 plus 40 million port. I just got called away for only 200K of CC premium. But you would get called away at the strike. I don't know what he's doing. He doesn't own enough of the company to have to file yet. We know that. Yield life savings on less than 0 DTE SPY out of the money calls. Congratulations, Turd. You've done it again. You're not Keith. I've seen your photo. You look nothing like him. The post on Wall Street Bets saying that SST S1 shares are locked until June 27th was just deleted. Good thing to know. I don't think they are, though. I think they're only locked till April 22nd. Is book higher than market cap? Does that make BBY a great candidate to fall on DFV style investors' radar as a deep value play? I mean, it's got good value. I wouldn't say it's super deep, but it's got good value. They have a lot of debt still. which they need to get rid of. And, you know, that's what Cohen was addressing with his idea to split off Bye Bye Baby, is that would give them the capital to address that debt. So, you know, it'll take some work on their part to clear that debt up. But if they do, then yeah, it could trade at values closer to its book price. They own a significant amount of assets and also have very good cash flow. So employee warrants are locked up through June. Pipe is the only side of the warrants that could possibly release on 422. Bullish. Oh, nice. If it starts to hold some decent price points, Tungsten, I'll probably buy into longer dated shit. But right now, it's just like, why not just flip weeklies for free money as they flip FTDs over, right? Good entrance for AMD. Yeah, it's sub $100. Of course, it's a good price. I've been counting since 10 o'clock, by the way, and that is now the 47th time I've been asked, is this a good entry on AMD? Thank you all so much. $58. Bad exit for AMD. Oh, is this what we're gonna do for the rest of the day? Didn't even draw a line for Jimmy to hit 200. Trash. You'll love this. I've got a giant bag of pirate's booty. I'm gonna just gobble it up. All the brokers are canceled. They said I owed 24K, so I hung up. No, Moon, just the pirate's booty. What strike are your X leaps at? 32, 50, 35, and 40. What's the strategy purpose when you sell put options with the strike way above the current price? Like iron condors and stuff? Short iron condors in order to get big credit. God damn it, I sold all my SST calls. Did you sell them at a higher price than it's at currently? Why don't you just sell Moon, why don't you just sell your contracts at like 8.5 once? I know it sounds crazy, but like April 29th at, you know, 157.50 or 780 a contract. Because that's a lot of theta. Is it? It's like 2 weeks. Why? MACD just flipped negative. Ah. Chase SST? No, it's probably done. Sheenus is closed now. Whoa, BBBY moved away from VWAP. I didn't know you sent one, Garrison. Right. Wildly speculative overnight limit sell orders on SST, yay or nay? I mean, you can't sell them until the morning anyway. Why don't you stop being a little bitch, Moonwind? If you're bearish on the stock, be bearish. I promise I won't buy in the money leaps again to drive your calls out of the money. Dmitry Ivanov, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, dude. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah.
You thought I was done getting fat? No, I have a Trader Joe's ice cream sandwich. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to Rsi and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on Same amount of contracts, because you want the leverage equal on both sides of the straddle. CC are now bearish again. I mean, they're not bullish, right? At least you're not risking getting assigned 3 separate times. Refi, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Guys, you can hit me up on the Discord or check out the pins in the announcements channel for linking your YouTube and Discord. You got it, dude. Thank you. I told you, Garrison. Wheat to the moon. Brad. Person likes whatever. Thank you for becoming a corner shot, man. But if you sell more theta, you can sell further out, or like further out of the money. Like you could sell May 20th at 180. Which is a delta of like 0.3. The ice cream sandwich, it's from Trader Joe's, and it is amazing. Bye, Dead. It's not having a great night. Remember 10 minutes ago when I told you guys if you didn't sell on the first run? Congratulations, you missed the second one. Do you think it could realistically fall to its historical $74 support before bouncing? No. Especially not with earnings coming up. Maybe 86. I made so much money in such a short time thanks to your knowledge contribution. You're the best thing on YouTube. Thanks for continuing to be a light on misinformation and financial retardation. Cheers. Thank you, Diamond Dicky Dan. I appreciate that. And good for you, dude. These aren't cookies and cream. Those suck. These are their chocolate chip ice cream sandwiches, which are amazing. Why is Jimmy up today? FTDs from Feb OPEX. Maybe. Are you bag holding it, Colonel Mustard? I don't like the I like the brownie sandwiches, but they put I think it's like tapioca flour in them, which like makes my teeth feel weird. I don't like that. Otherwise, they taste really good, but I don't like eating them. Oh no, the second intraday cup and handle on SST has been invalidated. Quick, Greg, tell me what to do with my now worthless 55 cc's I bought on the failed test of 30. Better luck tomorrow. For Jamie and CC's, how far back do you look at support and resistance in a case like this with a recent run-up? A year? About? You can also look at historical volume trends. Veru up 175% today. Yeah, and in 2 weeks it'll be down 180. What's your valuation if you had to put a stock value on Trader Joe's? I mean, I think they're owned by Aldi, who's huge, right? I don't think Aldi's publicly traded either. I think a while back there was like talk of Aldi being taken public, and they had like a valuation of like 30 billion or something like that. Yeah, I know they're private. If I could invest in Aldi, I would. This roll April 29, 160 on GME. Upgraded trade skill, me greater than Moonwan. Confirmed. There's a bit of a delta slide to the downside, Dave. So it could slip down to 16. I think it's unlikely. Nectar? Dude. It's been a while. I mean, the gap's nuts, but what was the reason for the sell-off? Getting back in SST, I'm gonna buy some around close and then more in the morning. How does the option chain on AMD look like? Probably packed to the brim and super liquid. AMD currently trading below its delta neutral. And Gamma Max is at like 120. Docu, Aldi, Apple, Netflix, GME. Dang. At the money, puts and calls when playing an overnight straddle. Tim. At the money. Not near the money. At. You were right. We tested 148 today. The investigation concerns whether Nectar and certain of its officers and or directors have engaged in securities fraud. Ooh. Bullish. No, SST is not dead. It's just going to keep doing this. End of day thoughts on the HD play. I mean, the entry still looks good. It's recovering a little bit from its move up. Today wasn't a great day for the market. Great entry price. You know, like May 310s in this range are pretty cheap. 315s and 320s are really cheap. when it's trading at 306. So I don't know if I want to wait overnight. I might buy a few at the end of day today. Yeah. I'll probably set up some. One sec, guys. Boss fight. Thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Boring week for GME? Probably.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roll.
Why is Bitcoin selling off hard? This is right in the range we expected it to drop to.
Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking.
So SST equals money printer? For now. High risk money printer. It's like the hypothetical wallet earlier. You put money into it and it double the money comes out, or you put money into it and it disappears. In AMD news, Lisa Su announces purchase of lunar helium mining operation, as well as introduction of processors with self-contained butter liquid cooling units. Awesome. For what he's trying to do, doing weeklies is the wrong way to do it. We're on a confirmed downtrend. If you were going to sell theta, this would be the time to do it, not, you know, weeklies every week for minimal returns. You take the risk once, right? If you need to maximize returns. Because, you know, if he sells 170s or 180s, right, a month out, and he gets assigned, but he's collected $12 in premium on them, you know, as long as the stock is still trading below $200, he hasn't lost any money. He doesn't have fucking long-term capital gains on half his shares anyway. Historical point of no return on BTC is around 32.8. If it drops back into the 20s, I'm buying more. Killed it on SST. Congrats, man. I'd rather repeat sell weeklies because of theta decay instead of selling 2 to 4 week calls. Sure. I understand, but you're taking the risk multiple times. I'm usually awake for market open. If I'm not going to be around for market open, I'll put stops in place like the night before. Good re-entry for SST. Whatever it drops to overnight. Justin, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, dude. How the fuck are you not awake for 9:30? I mean, once upon a time, I used to not be. On occasion. Sometimes you just go to bed and all your calls are in the money, so you just set some stop losses and sleep in, right? What happened tomorrow for SPY? CPI data, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll see how that affects the market overall. What are you talking about? May 20s? Definitely trade more contracts than that. And a market maker will snap those up in a heartbeat. May 20 180s are... those are April 14th. May 20 180s are 9 at the mid, dude. If you're afraid, do a spread. But today's a bad day. They could be worth more tomorrow. I'm telling you how I would do it if I needed a down payment for a house. However you choose to do it, it's up to you, man. But if you're already closing, I'd imagine that you don't have the time to wait. I was not born wealthy. Quite the opposite. Dearest about 100. Would you pull it back to sell CCs? Up to you. Do you want to make income on the shares you own or not? Best to sell weeklies or further out when Ivy is this dog shit on GME. What's your preferred timeout except weeklies for GME? I told myself I was going to sell them 45 days out at the peak of this run, and I didn't because we kept pushing up. With news on the split on the horizon and the NFT dividend being announced this quarter, I wouldn't risk anything further out than like 30 days. I don't particularly like 30 days, but Moonwind's scenario is a bit different. He can sell them much further out of the money because he's selling so many. Can you check newer? Are you just... Why are you giving me all these tickers, turd? New relic. They're all the same. It's all the same ticker. All big sell-offs with massive gaps. Are you just like gap hunting on Market Chameleon right now? This is just like part of market-wide sell-offs, right? Because of higher interest rates and... Yes, dick. There's a pretty easy flow chart for covered calls. You guys can't see that, right? I really don't have space to write this. It says do nothing. Yeah, you can't see that. Never mind. If you're long a stock and there's no dividend, you sell covered calls. How do I know that I'm long? Would you hold GameStop for 5 years? You can, but you have to finagle it a little bit. Why would I not sell a covered put on a $3 strike with a covered put on a $3 stock with a strike of $24? Because you have to buy the shares at $24 a pop? Jimmy has no dividend currently. They used to have one. If you're long a stock and it's called UWMC, sell leaps and pray for swift assignment. Dude, I sold in the money CCs on UWMC for 45 days out. I sold them $2 in the money and still didn't get fucking assigned. 100-day SMA has popped above log regression. Full plans are moving, so vice versa. Gonna show a pending shift upward or across the tank. I mean, if the market's gonna start coming down, I would expect Bitcoin would come down too initially, and then some value would flow there if the market started to tank pretty hard. And also DRS the -1 CC that got posted in your account, so the shares get locked up if they're called away. Trust me, bro. I read it on a Snapple cap. Sold a 50 strike expiring this week. Market like CPI data tomorrow. Will GME react as well? Minimally, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think the CPI is going to be that great. If anything, at best, stagnant. Mostly just uncertainty. Or pricing in of expectations. We can get back into near the money GME plays, 512 to 518-ish range. Hopefully. Does TA work? Yeah. More often than it doesn't, which is the only qualifier. Can you update on SST? Still room to run tomorrow, or did most of the movement happen today? Holding shares and not looking for FA. No, it's going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. It's going to keep running down into the 20s and running back up to 30 until the FTDs are cleared out, which isn't going to happen because there's no fucking shares. So they need to keep generating volume, and in order to do that, it drives the price up, and that way they can feed it through CNS. It's good though. It causes runs in the price of, $7. It's a lot of money, and if you have options. Gas station sushi is the pinnacle of fine dining. Changed my mind. Why would I? Perfect opinion. Based on currently shorting suppression, so not much. Our outlook for Mayo, the price action in early March, right? Thanks, Boxem. See you later, man. How's that for timing? Not bad, Alethea. I went all day with no CC sold and no weeklies bought. Congratulations. Ding ding. Day is done. Closed green win. Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually pretty good for the gamma exposure that's due tomorrow. If we didn't realize it already today. But if the market does do a downturn, hopefully it protects us against that a little bit. So wouldn't puts be better on SST tomorrow if that was an upper test? Not necessarily, no. Tomorrow's T+2 from last Friday. There was a lot of options exercised. Knave Gex on SST was very high. So tomorrow could actually see another push up. So I think they'll try to drop it overnight in the low liquidity environment when their shorting has a more significant effect. And then they'll run it at market open at a cheaper price. But still try to keep it within that $20 to $30 range. Will the shorting tenant we early March be catching up with the shorts soon? Could. Do you pay for Market Chameleon? No, I just use Turds login. Most of the stuff you want from there is free anyway. Something going on with the GameStop site tonight. Interesting. 440 straddle on SPY. Let's see how it goes tomorrow. Nice. Good choice. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a great night, everybody.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.